On debut, Dan, he's going to be exciting to watch the second half. Indeed.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Kent here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Well, the weather mirrors a bit like yesterday. It's dull, it's grey, the lights are on. This time it'll be Durham bowling this morning. Kent won the toss yesterday, put Durham into bat. Durham were bowled out late on day 1 for 335. A magnificent century from Emilio Gay with 128. Supported by Casey Aldridge with 44 not out. The star of the show for Kent was Dudgeon with 4 for 83. Grant Stewart picked up 3 wickets, as did Stearman. Durham picked up 2 wickets late on, 1 for Roach and 1 for Potts. You're with myself, Ash Thorpe and Rob Rush. Good morning.
Morning, mate. How are you?
Very good. Very good. Good. I think we slept here last night. It was a late finish.
So that's who was under the desk.
Yeah, no comment. No comment. Yeah, she was a late finish. We didn't get done till 7 o'clock last night. We have lost an over out of the day. So if you were watching last night, we went off for bad light with the brightest of blue skies and no floodlights on. But hey, that's cricket. We still do have 3 balls though remaining of Ben Rain's over from last night. See him with ball in hand. You may notice, once we go to a wider shot as well, our boundary advertising has been removed as we expect good old Storm Dave to come in later on and maybe have an influence on them Toblerones going flying left, right and centre. But good morning to everybody. Good morning to our Durham and our Kent fans from all around the country and all around the world. It'll be Ben Rain to start us off. Northeast is away, first ball with an educated edge down to third for 4. Just the start that Kent were looking for.
Again, I don't think Durham will be too disappointed with that either. You got a batter playing straight away. It's not the cleanest of contacts. It's one of those. At least you've got the batter. At least the batter's playing at it. He's not just comfortably fended, leaving outside off stump.
100%. I thought Sam Northeast even looked really good last night. Looked the most organised and comfortable of the Kent
Solid.
batters. Yeah, he did. Three slips in place. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and I would say very, very square fine leg, even deep backward squares, not far off. Graham Clark still with the white floppy hat on. More in hope than...
I think Graham Clark is ever the optimist.
Indeed. Last ball of yesterday's play. It's full. It's swung a little bit down to Kemar Roach at mid-on. And that ends the over. And ends day 1 in theory. 54 for 2 Kent. Sam Northeast on 23. Miei on 7. Rode his luck a little bit last night. Was dropped at slip. Played and missed on numerous occasions.
Yeah, we're going to get a continuation of that battle. Matthew Potts hands his cap to the umpire. We spoke about it on air, but just to reiterate, that's probably the best he's looked in a long time.
Yeah, agree.
Right on it from ball 1. Got Zach Crawley out with a very good delivery. Nipped back in. Struck on the pad, had Miei dropped on naught by Ben McKinney at slip, but constantly found a way to get the batter playing and missing, testing both edges. If we just look at that in the small picture and leave the bigger picture stuff, it's exactly what you want first stint of the season. We were slightly questioning why he was brought off at the end of play, but he's got ball in hand now and looking to reignite that battle. 3 slips await for Tawanda Miei.
Yeah, we've got the clocks in Durham are a few minutes ahead of the rest of the country. We definitely started early yesterday and started just ahead of schedule today. I don't know whether that was deliberately with the 3 balls to catch up or whether maybe the umpires' watches are just a little bit quicker than everybody else's. But here's a weird one for you. If you watch Soccer Saturday or whatever, I'll come to that in a second.
Miei comfortably tucks that away, and Kemar Roach will do the fielding. Millet is off the mark with a pair.
All the results for football that come in first are from Scotland. Why, I don't know, but I promise you, if you watch it, all the results are on. And watch this afternoon. Watch them come in. I mean, there's not a lot of football going on in the football leagues, is there, today? But yeah, always Scotland first. Maybe the clocks are different.
Solid in defence from Millet. So the feeling we came away, or you definitely came away with yesterday, Ash, was that this pitch has got a ball with your name on it at some point. So batters, once they're in, should be looking to get a little bit of a move on and get a score.
Yeah, I think the more positive you are, that you're out there to score runs at the end of the day and put your team in a better position. I thought Emilio Gay proved that really nicely yesterday. He was really positive and had a strike rate of up around 90.
Good stop by Beddingham at mid-wicket.
So Kent have opted to use the light roller this morning as well. So they still have one use of the heavy roller. They'll probably use that before their second innings. So it'll be interesting to see if there is as much movement as there was last night. The overheads are great. It is chilly out there. The wind hasn't arrived yet. We got some strong winds yesterday afternoon and we're expecting more this afternoon.
First sign of a bit of decent bounce from Potts this morning. I was watching Casey Aldridge have a bowl through and on the practice wicket to the left-hand side on Millet's leg side, and he was getting a lot of bounce through, obviously because of his height as well. That'll play a factor, but that'll be something no doubt when he's chucked the ball. He's chucked the ball at some point. Might have to wait for the opening hour to pass while the other three get through their first spells, but looking forward to seeing him bowl. Millet looks a little bit more confident going up against Potts this morning than he did last night, 56 for 2.
Yeah, I went out and had a look at the pitch itself, and it was just a few indentations in the pitch. Not masses, but I think the longer the game goes on, you will get that natural variation. The pitch will go up and down a little bit. Pitch looks pretty good, to be fair. It was firm. Not a lot of wear and tear on it from footmarks or anything like that, but yeah, she looks good. Obviously, the overheads say it's a good day to bowl, but that's for the batters. They've got to get stuck in and try and put the bad ball away when they get one. This Northeast clips that away nicely. Clark will do the work out in the deep. Touches and comes back for a comfortable 2.
Just a good cricket wicket.
Yeah, I think for this time of year you would. Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of pace in it to play your shots. Probably be at its best for batting today, I would have thought.
Just having a quick glance, I think every single game got underway on time.
Oh.
On day 2 of the season. The 3 sips are really tight this morning.
Close. Oh, and that's hit on the pad. There's a couple of noises there. Ben Rain's asking if it's high.
Why do you think the slip cording is that? Do you think it's maybe they're worried about is it lack of carry, or is it just trying to make sure that nothing will get through? Is it both?
Yeah, a bit of both. I think what you want to do is you want to stand as close as you can. You'd rather drop a catch than it fall short. And obviously the closer you get, unfortunately, you have to narrow that gap. But you're right, if you have a look at the top of the screen there, when Ben Rain's running into the ball, they are very, very close together.
So that natural one, first slip's a bit further back than everyone else.
Yeah, you'll have them staggered naturally. Your first slip will be the furthest back. Your second slip is normally level with the keeper. Your third slip's normally probably another half a step forward from there.
Is that because on first slip it's likely to carry a bit more?
100%, yeah. Oh, and another testing delivery from Ben Rain. Sam Northeast got a scratch on that one and we'll pick up another run. As usual on the live stream, guys, if you want to get in touch, drop your comments in. Some good interaction yesterday, and we thank you for that. Hopefully you stick with us for some of today or all of today. Nice on drive, but we'll be straight to Kemar Roach and no run. That ends the over. Just the 3 from it. Kent are 59 for 2.
Nice bounce there. Slightly bit more back of a length from Potts. As you mentioned, that variable starting to come through a little bit. Squared Northeast up a touch, but falls harmlessly into the offside.
Good testing delivery, wasn't it? Got a message here from Dom James, who works for the BBC, but also heavily involved with the Durham VI team, the visually impaired team. We'll go through a couple of little details there. He's asked for a little plug this morning. More than happy to do that. Sounds like that's hitting the bat hard there from Potts, so that's good. He's saying that Durham's visually impaired team have their first game away to Lancashire on the 19th of April. They have training on Sunday the 12th from 2 p.m. 12 till 2. God, I can read. At the indoor school at the Riverside. He says they're always looking to add new players. So if anybody is listening, is partially sighted or blind and wants to give it a go, then get involved. We'd love to hear from them. And you can contact them via email. It's darryl.smith@durhamcricket.co.uk. They also have a Facebook page, Durham Visually Impaired Cricket Club.
How's the spelling of Darryl?
That's a good question. It's DARYL.smith@durhamcricket.co.uk. Also for Kent listeners, they also have a team and they play in the South League and the National League. And I'll give you the contact details for that.
Short and wide from Potts, and Northeast cuts that way, and Ackerman will give up the chase. Second boundary for the Kent number 3 this morning. He moves into the 30s.
Rode the bounce there, didn't he? Got that away behind point. Tom Barton is your man if you're interested in visually impaired cricket in Kent. And his email address is tom1297@hotmail.co.uk. Best of luck for the season, lads.
Again, just back of a length from Potts, and Northeast able to open up the bat. Run it down, leaving me with just one ball from Potts. Very good stop from Ollie Robinson, 64 for 2.
It was good work from Ollie, the former Kent man, scrambling away down the leg side. An effort ball there from Potts. Didn't quite come out of the hand as he'd have liked.
Another way to get in touch with us if you do want to drop us some questions, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Hoping to have some guests on throughout the day.
The Moose is back.
The Moose is loose.
He is. Moose on the loose. He's back. Nice and solid and compact from northeast. .64 for 2 in reply to Durham's 335. We hope to have some special guests today. Emily Windsor is definitely going to be in the house doing some comms. Getting ready for her season as that one beats the bat. They start off with a friendly against Warwickshire here on Tuesday. And then a home match here on Saturday to kick off their campaign. We've laid a couple of invitations out to the head coaches of both sides as well. I was speaking to Adam Holyoke this morning and invited him up. And Ryan Campbell usually has a wander up at some stage. Ben Rain starting to really zone in and ask some questions. Nice partnership this for Kent. Currently stands at 42. Ben Ray nagging away with line and length. Sam Northeast up to the task. Ben Rain zones in for a maiden over. A familiar sight for Durham viewers. A Ben Rain maiden over. His third out of his 6 overs. Durham looking for early wickets. Kent looking to continue to build this partnership. Survived in some tricky conditions last night. A little bit of rain falling. As you can see the leaden skies above the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, he's solidly in behind Potts. We talked about it yesterday. Obviously, he's very talented in the shorter formats of the game, but this morning he's looking a lot more compact in his defensive game than he was last night. It wasn't easy to bat last night. It's not easy to bat this morning, but looks like that time in the middle and maybe having the time off overnight has just allowed him to regain some control.
Haven't seen the same movement as we saw last night. Potts was getting the ball to shape away beautifully from the right-hander. I'm not sure whether he's hit that length as of yet. He's hitting the pitch quite hard and the ball's going through kind of just above stump height. So you're not really going to see it swing from there. Potts just searching for that same rhythm that he had last night. One thing you will always get from Matthew Potts is effort. Durham still searching for that early breakthrough this morning.
David Bellingham just drops out of catching mid-wicket, back on the fence. There's a double bluff and it goes right to him.
Real effort in there from Potts. You could hear that almost tennis-like grunt in delivery.
So he's a definition of a bowler who doesn't know anything below 100%.
Yeah, his mentality is just that.
And just be one from the over, 65 for 2.
That's more the length I think Potts will be wanting to hit, really challenging the stumps. Just seeing if there is any swing. Obviously, said there's potential of just a little bit of drizzle in the air. What Durham don't want is for that ball to get a little bit of moisture in it and get soft and stop moving. It's 20 overs old now, that ball. We saw the ball move around for most of the day yesterday, to be fair. Intruder alert. Be Ben Rain to continue from the Finkel end. Oh, that's right there and gone. Mieye trapped on the crease. Emily Windsor is the good luck charm with freezing cold hands for the record. But Durham get the early breakthrough they've been looking for, and Kent are 3 down for 65.
Yeah, he'd been nagging away on that constant line and length this morning. Been testing the defence. He's had a couple of shouts. Just turned down for height, maybe an inside edge, but that one, just getting that little bit of movement, beats the forward defensive prod of Tuanda Mieye, who survived his battle with Matt Potts last night, does not survive the battle with Ben Rain this morning. Durham have their first bowling bonus point of the season. Your hand's going to warm up now, you're inside, Emily.
I'll tell you what, it's freezing out there. It's fresh, it's cold, there's mizzle in the air. And if a ball was hit to me hard, I don't think I'd want to put my hands in the way of it, is my summary of the weather conditions here. But a fantastic start that for Durham. That's what they'd want today, make the most of these overcast conditions, and hopefully they stay out there for a long period of time from a Durham perspective. But as a batter walking to the crease, the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, I'm not sure the conditions are in his favour at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's very similar to what it was yesterday morning when Durham were out there and Kent got the early breakthrough of Ben McKinney. Durham having to wait just over 20 minutes for their first breakthrough of day 3. Can they get a second wicket?
Tell you what, I thoroughly enjoyed the watch yesterday. Thought it was a good day's battling cricket. Some times Kent were in the ascendancy, then Durham.
Welcome to the crease. You're facing Ben Rain in April. He's going to keep hitting those line and lengths. It's not going to be easy to get a start. And that's the sort of thing I think everyone would have picked up on yesterday, is that bar Emilio Gay and maybe Graham Clark to some sort of extent, it wasn't easy to sort of find your rhythm straight away. It was, you're going to have to dig in. I think Ash mentioned a couple times, you're going to have to get your bit of luck. You have to get some play and misses and just hope it doesn't nick the outside edge. And then once you kind of get through that spell... Jesus, this is good stuff from Rain. And again, it's what we talk. You want your lead bowler to be able to set the tone. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think as well, some of it, I think I actually heard Emilio Gay speak about in his interview after the game. It's that first match nerves, isn't it? You want to get runs on the board for your team, and it's whether you've been a professional cricketer for many years or whether you're new to the scene. You want to get up and running for your side. But these two experienced pros in for Kent, they need them to do a job. Oh, it's too good, that Ben Rain, isn't it? Too good.
It feels like though you'd probably be able to test this as a batter. It's a ball that you're happy not to nick. You're kind of just praying as the bat goes out there. You're thinking, please don't touch, please don't. Phew.
Yeah, it's one of those, I think, as well. If you go searching as a batter, you can sometimes find the nick, whereas Bell-Drummond there, you can see held his position, held that initial line, and Ben Rain just getting that one to nip away from the right-hander slightly. But the slip cordon will have their eyes wide open with Rain charging in. There it is.
2 in the over. Ben Rain strikes. We were just talking about Bell-Drummond holding the line of the bat the previous ball. He doesn't this time, prods at it. It goes to the slip cord. I think it's Casey Aldridge who's come up with the catch.
I think it's Ben McKinney.
I think that they definitely both went for it. I couldn't quite tell in real time. I think McKinney's diving across over Aldridge. They won't mind who's got it though. Kent 65 for 4.
Yeah, good wicket that for Durham, and what a start this is for them. There you go, Casey Aldridge it was with the safe hands in the slips, but again, this is exactly what Durham will talk about. I think pre-season, you've seen what Ryan Campbell said. They want fight from the lads. They want that energy, and you can see by the celebrations, the wickets, the passion these boys have, and they really need to capitalise from this position with Kent 65 for 4.
Absolutely. 2 in the over is always a good sign as a bowling group. Just keeping one end open. Never, there was the potential this morning of, Northeastern EAA rebuilding that partnership, restarting and able to put some more runs on the board. And not only did they get rid of Mieye, who was looking a lot more compact in defence, but then to get the captain in and out as well in such a short matter of time, it's definitely a plus. And that brings Joey Everson to the crease. Didn't have the best of outings with the ball yesterday. None for 74. For him, but he's got a job to do now. Kent have got to arrest this slide.
Durham have got to get on the charge.
Absolutely, I'm not surprised by this move either. Colin Ackerman jumps into the corner, and I was just thinking that with Ben Rain getting this little bit of movement and be able to hit that consistent line of length, don't let any opportunities go to waste. Get that extra catcher in there, and
with the runs that they have on the board, they've got the opportunity to have these aggressive fields and go for wickets in this position, and I'm glad to see Alex Lees doing that. Thick outside edge that, but Ben Rain won't mind. It's racing away. Come back for a couple. Everson off the mark. 67 for 2, but that's a fantastic over from Ben Rain. 2 wickets from it and just the 2 runs. And this crowd will enjoy that one.
It's just whenever you need a wicket, really, it's always good now, I think, be able to turn to him. You know, we mentioned it yesterday, he's got the responsibility this year of being the VC to give Alex Lees that bit of extra support, and it especially helps when you can rely on him as a wicket-taking option as much as a, you know, if you need him to hold a line and length, you know, that's almost doing him a disservice. He's a lot more than that, and proved in that last over, he's been able to just starting to break open the spine now of the Kent batting lineup. What can Matthew Potts do to back him up?
Last night I really enjoyed watching his spell, actually. He was charging in, wasn't he? And again, we talked a little bit about it, or you guys did, about that point to prove, but Matt Potts is someone always for me that wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? And whenever he pulls on that Durham shirt in whatever format, he's given his all, and he's someone similar to Rain. Both those two leading the attack from a Durham perspective, with obviously the overseas pro in Roach. They're a formidable attack, and one that I also think Alex Lees as a captain can rely on.
Absolutely, and you hope that we sort of get the same leniency with Potts in recent years in terms of England and the ECB haven't really stepped in too much in terms of bowling. You know, I think we had it with Bryden Cast when he was bowling. I think it would have been 2024. They were a bit more watchful of his overs, and you saw it with other bowlers up and down the country. They'd play one game and then have to miss the next, and you play another one and you miss again. And while that may work for some bowlers, you know, again, another example, Mark Wood is someone that can go in without some cricket. He can turn up. Jofra Archer, another, who can sort of go a little bit of time without bowling and just turn it up on the day. But as me and Ash talked about yesterday, that's not Potsy's strength. He's one of those that he's better once he's got a run of games under him and finds that rhythm.
Yeah, he's certainly a rhythm bowler, and I also just think he's a real competitor, and that's not to say the others aren't. There's probably slightly different seamers in that sense as well, but I think he's someone that, as I said, is very passionate about playing for Durham, and whenever he puts on that shirt, or whenever there's an opportunity to play some cricket, he wants to have that ball in the hand and score runs with the bat. He's a real competitor and an asset to have in any team.
It's a good length he's sort of settling into now. Yeah, there's a good final point there on him with the bat. He would have been disappointed. He only picked up one yesterday. You know, he would have thought that he could have got out there and hung around for a bit of time to help out that lower middle order that Casey Aldridge was able to, and Kemar Roach then, you know, stepped up for him and added a very good 21 at putting 45 on the board for the final wicket partnership. And it was just a frustration for Kent of being out there an extra. I think it ended up nearly being 10 overs when they thought they could get on. Colin Ackerman packed that slip cord and at 4th slip. Oh. And that is why Matthew Potts put him in there. The line and length has been excellent this morning from the Durham bowlers. Joey Everson can't help but feather it through to Ollie Robinson. Durham have 3 inside 12 balls, and this is turning into a very successful morning for them.
Yeah, that's a hell of a ball from Matt Potts. The Alan Shearer celebration as well. That's what it means to him. That's what it means to this Durham 11. And Durham are in a very commanding position here. 68 for 5, Kent. And Matt Potts deserved another, even after his spell last night. I know it's a new day, but he's into his 10th over already, and Lees is wanting to throw the ball to him because he's holding that area. And a well-deserved wicket. This is also an interesting point for me from a Kent perspective. How do you go about playing this now? Obviously, you've got both bowlers and getting the ball to nip about, and sometimes if you defend the ball and you're going within your shell, that edge is still vulnerable. We saw Durham, didn't we, how Emilio Gay, and they were playing their shots. That's where they got value for runs. Do we need to see Kent to go a bit more on attack as the best form of defence here because the ball's doing so much?
I don't think it's the worst shout, I mean, obviously we saw it with David Bedingham yesterday, crunching 3-4s in 4 balls and went for it the 4th time and got caught in the slip cordon. So
At least the scoreboards move forward, though.
yeah, exactly. So I don't think it's definitely the worst. I don't think it's the worst form as Chris Benjamin, ex Durham loanee, comes to the crease at number 7 and caps an obvious time, but he needs to stick around as much as anything. I'm with you. I don't think that attack is the worst form of defence here, but I think
Kent, it's tough conditions to that, isn't it?
It's sort of, grey skies, lights on. These 2 bowlers, they've probably bought themselves another half an hour of bowling here with how they've done. Rather them out there than me. That is all I'll say. Is Benjamin will get off the mark first ball with a 4, but Durham won't mind that, playing away from the body, trickling down to deep point, and overall in the grand scheme of things, Kent is still 260 odd behind, 5 down.
Yeah, I think again that was positive though from Benjamin, positive in his footwork, got to the pitch of the ball, played it down. But again, from a Durham perspective, it wasn't a clean stroke that we saw from some of the Durham batters yesterday. Emilio Gay was impressive, wasn't he?
That we've spoken a lot, I think, over the years about David Bedingham making it look like he's on a different pitch for everyone else. Emilio Gay was batting on a different pitch compared to everyone else yesterday. He got, like you say, he got his plays and misses out the way early. I don't think he really presented many chances to the slip cordon, but once he got in and once he felt comfortable, he went for it. And I think that's what Ryan has spoken about this year in terms of let's respect teams when they put the pressure on us. Let's not be overconfident, overzealous. But once you're in, you need to put it back onto them and you need to put the pressure on. Certainly doing that this morning.
Was there an element as well of, obviously I was watching from afar, but they sort of went to a short ball plan, or they kept, I don't know if that was a plan or whether that was a misexecution early to Emilio Gay, and he seemed to be capitalising. There was a period where he jumped from, I think, 50 to sort of 70, 80 pretty quickly, and I think with this Durham bowling attack, they've got the experience of bowlers that will just hold an area, and obviously batters haven't put them under pressure yet.
Yeah, I put that to Emilio yesterday when I chatted to him at end of play. It was kind of a double-pronged question in terms of, me and Ash noticed that maybe Kent's field placings weren't quite right in terms of they were targeting his pads a lot and trying to get that leg stump into play, but then they didn't have a mid-wicket in, or they didn't have enough protection on the leg side, or the bowlers maybe didn't, there'd be 1 or 2 balls over where it'd be pitched outside off and you can get a drive away. And I think that's probably the little bit of it's just not able to execute consistently for long enough. But, we'll also give them credit yesterday as, whenever they felt there was a partnership going, they were able to get themselves back into it with a couple quick wickets. And I think with Emilio, it's just one of those ones that, as we all know, left-handers are incredibly strong off their hips, and he said it as well. It's probably the strongest aspect of his game is off his hips and through that mid-wicket region. You give him enough chances to hit it there, one of them's going to come off eventually, and as a batter, only takes one for it to come out the middle of the bat for it to feel good before you can, your confidence goes up, and especially if the field doesn't change too much, you kind of go, okay, this can be a scoring option for me.
I suppose it's a bit of cat and mouse that really as well. I think he got out, didn't he, a couple of times or once certainly in the pre-season, caught at mid-wicket, sort of playing to his strength. And this, as a batter, sometimes your strengths are your weakness, where you want them to chase after it. So leaving that mid-wicket open, they might have wanted him to go across his pads, but he played beautifully and got the rewards for a very hard-working professional. Thick outside edge.
Yeah, again, I don't think, obviously, you're not going to be happy as a bowler conceding 4 runs, but the wider picture of things is, Kent aren't really going anywhere right now, and again, you're getting him playing away from the body. They're putting the bat out there. It was good soft hands from Northeast. He moves to 36, but we've seen it with the 3 that have gone down. All it takes is that little bit of variable bounce, or if it's just pitched a little bit fuller, takes a little bit more of the outside edge, that can end up being a wicket-taking delivery.
Alex Lee signalling up to the balcony for a towel, I think.
Yeah, Durham are really, you can see Potts here really trying to dry that ball out and not let it get soft, and therefore the movement drops out of it, and it's absolutely understandable why.
Tell you what, if you're Graham Clark, this is a nice way to warm up. From deep backward square, he's been asked to go to a deep third. And it's rare you see that actually in the county game now, a deep third. They tend to leave that open, don't they? But a very, very offside dominant field for Ben Rain. He's actually pulled that leg stump line as well. Just got a mid-wicket and mid-on. But another good over. Just 4 runs come it, albeit from the outside edge. 76 for 5. Kent in reply to Durham.
Umpires just getting together here. I've just seen the ground staff are hovering barriers down by the tractor with the covers. It has just slightly intensified the rain a little bit. Looks like...
Staying out?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to keep going, and
I tell you what,
this is where you probably will start seeing some of the mind games from the Kent batters taking a little bit longer between the overs, and
then in reply, the Durham fielders will be in position, ready,
zipping round. You know, as soon as that last ball is bowled, just making sure, right, lads, whip round. It's just it's the games within the game, isn't it?
Again, Durham opting for a third here with against Potts 2. Colin Ackerman down from 4th slip. Very wide third. Oh. Why is he playing that?
I think it might be what we were talking about when he came to the crease, in terms of, does he feel like he needs to try and put bat on ball to move the Durham bowl, move Potts off his line, to just put a bit of questioning in Alex Lees' mind of, oh, this guy's going to try to play his shots. Do we need to try and plug some gaps? But I don't think at 76 for 5 you're really going to get Durham blinking here.
Good pace from Potts as well, isn't it? You hear him grunting it after every delivery. Putting that effort in, the fast bowler.
I'm curious why Ackerman's gone down a wide third and why he isn't packed that cordon at 4th. I don't know if that's, maybe they're just, I'm not entirely sure, but that's why I'm up here commentating on it, and that's why I'm not out there on the field or part of that leadership group.
Oh, bold. I suppose it's, again, like, if they, at the moment, well, since I've been up here, the only runs I've seen scored have been through third man and thick outside edges, and if they want to continue to put scoreboard pressure on them, get them to play their shots, if that only goes for 1, then that scoreboard isn't ticking away as freely. So I guess this is why we love the county championship, isn't it? It's constantly a game of cat and mouse, and why the leader's so important to come up with these quirky tactics to try and outwit the batters. There it is.
Yeah, the top half of the, almost like off the splice. That's starting to see the little bits of variable bouncing between. I think Emilio Gay is on towel duty now.
Keep him busy.
Wonder if he got to pick it from getting the century yesterday. When it got run out, it was like, oh, I'll take it, Skip. I'm the one that got the runs yesterday.
Here's your thing, isn't there? It's not when the conditions are like this. I can't imagine any fielder out there sweating too much other than the bowler. But usually, isn't it someone that's quite sweaty gets the ball, or least sweaty, isn't it? I can't remember, because Joe Root does it for England. I can't remember which way round it is, if it's more stress or sweat or less sweat. Oh, good bumper.
Yeah, nice switch up. I think it would probably be... I just remember like watching all the test coverage, and you see Joe Root is the one that... Joe Root, I know, he's the shiner in chief. He's the one that automatically, he's the one that gets to work on it straight away. But it will also depend on what you're trying to do at a certain moment in time, I'd guess, in terms of... But these are all the, like you say, it's all the little things that to maybe fans are just tuning in to actually watch the contest. You're like, why on earth are they taking so long to work on it? But people who know like the intricacies, as another good Potts over comes to them for just 1. That's sort of what you're looking at, is like, how can we maximise any advantage possible.
And it's also something, isn't it? Like, the county championships are long season, and all these, they're 1%ers, aren't they? And if you can get the extra bowling points, batting points in these first few games, so wickets are obviously important in this first innings, but you've got to maintain that throughout the year, because as Durham fans obviously know, that sort of 1 point can make a difference at the back end of the year. So something the boys need to be consistent with. Rain to continue into his 9th over. Bowled 8 overs for 18, 3 maidens, 2 wickets so far.
It's a very Ben Rain scorecard, that. It's very much.
Shot. That's a brilliant shot. Just timed off the front foot by Benjamin. Through backward a point. In fact, dead square. And races away to the boundary for 4.
It's almost like laser-like in terms of if you drew a line exactly down the point channel, I don't think the ball would have deviated from it. But yeah, I think if you showed county championship watchers that sort of those bowling figures, a fair few would say it could be a Ben Rain, it could be a Ben Rain bowling card. That as David Bedingham hops over to plug the gap. So mid wicket's now open for Benjamin, but obviously Durham planning to keep it outside off.
Bold. Tell you one thing that I've enjoyed watching so far is a lightning fast outfield as a batter. Looking forward to playing on that.
Full reward for the shots.
If you can defend it for 4, that's good signs.
Is that you're already looking ahead to next week? You're already looking at this pitch thinking, okay, right. Well, if they can defend it for 4, then we can do the same. Kent 254 behind on day 2 of this match. So the girls, you guys have got a warm-up game? Yeah, another one?
Warm-up game here on this wicket, actually, on Tuesday against Warwickshire. And then straight into it on Saturday. I think it's Saturday, not Sunday. I hope it's Saturday. Against Lancashire, who will be a strong side. Expecting some of the England women players to be playing in that, including Sophie Eccleston. So, yeah, it'll be a good battle for us early on, but hopefully we can get off to a flyer this year. Love that.
It's actually not the worst delivery in the world from Ben Rain. You'd think for someone who doesn't have the pace of Potts or maybe Aldridge, why on earth would you go to a bouncer? But it's something that has proved effective to him. Because I guess from the batter you're thinking, oh well, it's not really in his armoury. So when it does come out, you're thinking, oh let's try and go for this. But then because it doesn't reach up onto you, you threw the shot too early, and that's where the edges will come into play.
Yeah, and you also can see how he's been playing Benjamin. He's made a real intent, hasn't he, since he's come out here to really stride forward, get to the pitch of the ball, which is so important, obviously, when that ball's moving. But obviously that from Ben Rain is just going, come on now, you can't press forward every ball, to try and get his footwork to be indecisive. But the follow-up from Benjamin was very positive in defence.
And that packed offside stops another run squeezing through. Kent 81 for 5. And it looks like Matthew Potts, his opening spell of day 2, is going to come to an end here. You can see Kemar Roach at the bottom of your screen, just handing his jumper to the umpire.
Cold conditions for him, this. Although he's played, obviously, a lot of Championship cricket, so he must be used to these English conditions. But
I mean, yeah, I don't know. If you got used
Northeast,
to, I guess getting used to playing at the Oval compared to coming up here is
a few degrees colder, I'd say.
Just a couple, just a couple. Struck very early last night, getting Ben Compton LBW. Starts back of a length and cut down to Clark. I think the only thing just on Kemar was just you probably didn't find the consistent rhythm. He overstepped a couple of times, and that's something I think he had a couple goes from both ends. He had one from his opening spell was from the Finkel end, and switched to the Lumley at the end of yesterday. He's coming back now from the Lumley to start here, and you just hope from, and he'll be hoping just to find that rhythm with his run up.
There you are.
Looks a rhythm there.
Play that, Benjamin.
And again, this is what Ryan was talking about when he was previewing the season in terms of keeping that pressure on, and naturally Kemar would have been slightly disappointed not to have been given the ball first thing this morning, but the role he's now got to play of you've got to back it up. You've got to back up the great work that Rain and Potts have done to sort of break this Kent middle order open a bit. So that's a lovely flick off the legs. It's a shame he's not going to get one for it, because that was a lovely looking shot from Benjamin. He's moved himself into double figures.
He's certainly been positive, hasn't he, Benjamin? Anything that's in his area, not afraid to play his shots. But I think, as I said, from a Kent perspective, it's important. You've got to get that scoreboard moving forward, as well as obviously taking some time out of the game. But Durham were brilliant this morning, picking up 3 wickets so far. Roach want to get another on the score sheet.
Lovely clip from northeast through mid-wicket. Not perfectly timed, but a comfortable couple.
Again, just slightly over pitch, wasn't it, from Roach, and Northeast isn't going to miss out. He's played well so far for Kent.
He's probably been the only Kent batter so far that is similar to Emilio yesterday for Durham. Is the only real Kent batter that's come to the crease and looked steady. Miyeye was starting to look there this morning, but then he was dismissed, and Northeast hasn't really looked rushed at many points. And this is the luck we're talking about in terms of when he has been drawn forward into shots, the ball hasn't gone past the man. That's what we're talking about with Bell Drummond, just holding the bat and not looking to push out and offer the outside edge, just playing within the line of the ball.
Northeast as well. He's played a lot of county cricket, hasn't he? He's come back to Kent this year from Glamorgan, was at Hampshire before that, and obviously at the start of his career at Kent.
Sees out that to end Kemar Roach's first over of day 2, 85 for 5, still trailing by 250 on the dot. Going to be a long opening spell this for Ben Rain this morning. Just wondering when Alex Lees will maybe give the instructions to Casey Aldridge to start getting loose, and we'll see the tall all-rounder joining from Somerset over the winter, get his first crack with the red ball. Obviously spent some time last year with the T20 Blast.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Bolt. He's a very exciting cricketer. He's another one similar to Emilio Gay, works hard, comes in for extra sessions. You can see he's a real professional.
Just a great athlete as well. We saw him up here in the Blast. He was really good in the field, at risk of being captain cliche, but does hit the ball very hard. It does stay hit, travels.
Got nice long levers for that as well.
Yeah, there we go, getting them all out. And also we mentioned it yesterday, he's already been voted into this leadership group, which I think will say a lot about his character. If you've watched his cap presentation yesterday given by Ben Stokes.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad person to hand you your cap. Oh, that's a peach from Ben Rain. But, finishing up on Casey, like if you listen to what Ben Stokes was saying about Casey and, all the attributes that he's got, it doesn't sound too surprising to me that he has been voted into that leadership group. And again, the whole, off season and the start of this, the winter program around here was righting some wrongs and getting the standards back and playing the Durham way. And I don't think it's a bad thing if you've got someone like Casey helping to lead that. As again, that's a peach from Rain, really giving Benjamin a working over outside his off stump.
That is moving a long way, that. But yeah, as I said, I think he's been a great asset to the squad, and I think as well, like as soon as you increase the depth of the squad, get new players in, it just ups the standards. Will Rhodes had a fantastic pre-season. Again, he's sort of that all-rounder spot. So for me, an exciting thing, obviously there's going to be some gutted guys that have missed out. First game of the season, you want to be out there. But as we know from last year, a county championship season's a long season. You need that depth in your squad. You need players to go away in the second team, perform consistently, put those first team players under pressure for their places, and that's what breeds a winning professional environment. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how the guys go, and I'm really hopeful for them this year. I think they've all worked so hard this winter from the outside, done loads of cool excursions as well, and they did that 3PH challenge before Christmas. Oh, if that's worked to Graham Clark backward a fine. Just be a single. That sounded brutal. I was like, oh, that would be really cool. Why don't we do it with them afterwards? I was like, nah, bad idea. I think I'd have lasted one of the peaks.
It's all about, like you say, it's the camaraderie of the squad as well. No doubt Danny's had you doing similar stuff as a I've
group. Not been up any peaks.
But
I've
like
been
in terms of
walking around Durham for a coffee. That's what Danny makes me
But
do.
in terms of like the women's squad being together, and you've got to spend time with each other to get that like sort of care factor in the group. It'll just be that single from the over 86 for 5 after 27. I think that's what will set teams that are squads away from like actual teams like that. Just that differentiation of if you know that you've been in uncomfortable situations with these guys, with your teammates, and you've got through it, and you're able to push on and know that, hey, I might be suffering a little bit, but I know everyone else is in it with me, and we're all in it together, and we can kind of help. If I can give this guy some encouragement, he can pass on to the next person, he can pass on to the next person.
Cricket's a brutal sport mentally. I think you fail more than you succeed. Shot.
That's beautiful. Shot of the morning so far from Chris Benjamin. He moves to 15.
Yeah, as extra covers drives go. That's certainly a good one from Benjamin. But yeah, I think it's because it's such a brutal sport, you need your teammates, and I think it's so unique in the fact it's like an individual sport within a team game. Like when you're out there with the ball in hand, like Kemar Roach is now walking to the top of your mark, you've got your own thoughts, but also when you're out there batting, you've got your own thoughts. But obviously when you're fielding, there's 11 of you out on the field, so using each other and obviously doing all those things that Ryan Campbell talked about, as you said, is about getting that group together, ride the highs and lows of what's going to be a long season together, but also enjoying each other's company. You spend a lot of time together playing cricket, especially the guys. Fielded. So, yeah, I think it's, I guess, a credit to Ryan Campbell and Marcus North going away, looking at areas that they want to get better. And they talk a lot about the Durham way. And I think last year when I was moving up there, they were talking about the type of characters they like at Durham. And, yeah, you can certainly see from what we've seen so far, a lot of fight and determination in this group to put those wrongs right. Oh, is that nip back?
They did really nip back. They almost cut Benjamin in half there.
Oh.
Real jag back off the surface.
Good diving stop. Ollie Robinson to his left. Also, lots of new dads in the team as well, aren't there? Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark. Little babies to keep them level. There's probably daycare going on up there in the family stands. Oh.
Very much a thick inside edge there. Still not seeing any real vigorous warming up from Aldred, so probably going to see at least one more from Ben Rain down at the Finkel end. Well, the last time you had someone come into the commentary box, a wicket fell.
See if Ash is as lucky as me. This ball will tell Ash. I only needed one. Oh, surely not. Ash is a feeling behind me, that's for sure. Should have shouted louder, the umpire might have heard you.
I think that's now going to have to be the routine for today in the commentary box. People are going to have to drop out at certain points and they're going to have to come back in.
When a partnership starts to build from a Durham perspective, and if you're a Kent fan, you want us to stay in one position.
I moved out for Vic to jump in, and I was sat in the tech room next door when Amelia got to 99. I was like, nope, can't move now, got to stay.
Can't even breathe at that point. Oh.
Ooh. Is that fine? Edward's going to go down as leg buys. Not even leg buys. Buys. Gets underneath Ollie Robinson. Kent moved to 94 for 5. Actually, I want to correct myself. I think I was in the tech room and then Graham Clark would have got out. So I was like, right, I can move now. I feel like I'm not going to jinx it. So that's when I moved out. And fortunately, Emilio completed the job. It's going to be Ben Rain. Looks like that drizzle's kind of gone away a little bit now. We were talking about it a bit earlier on this morning, but it seems like it's died down a little bit. And
why is it whenever anyone talks about the weather, you then look up at the lights and are now blinded because the lights are on? Yeah. Thanks for that.
You're just trying to see. Northeast 39. As we mentioned, he's been the most compact of the Kent batters so far.
Oh.
There's not a lot you can do with this sort of bowling from Ben Rain. You sort of, not every ball you're just praying it doesn't take the outside edge, but as you talk about, when you feel like you do have to play, that's when you are kind of just, please don't. Okay, good.
Well, he's gotten a lot of movement, Ben Rain. He's been ever impressive, as we know from a Durham perspective, shaping that ball away. But you also know he's got the option to bring that one back, which leads to the batter's indecision.
Gets that edge, but soft enough from Northeast. He'll move to 40. Like I said, we saw that one with Ollie Robinson just before tea yesterday. Grant Stewart getting the ball to move back in late, and Ollie thinking he was safe, shouldered arms, and unfortunately the ball moving off the seam. Get it in to his pads and had to walk. I'm
seeing the man warm up at second slip.
Yeah, it has been a long opening spell for Rain, unchanged from the Finkel end so far. As much as he's probably similar to Potsy in a way that you would, if you wanted to just plug him in all day and let him bowl, he would do it. But
I don't know how they do it.
Who'd want to be a bowler when you can be a batter?
Look, in all honesty, I was actually talking to Ben Rain about this. I said, obviously, our fixtures, we've got Yorkshire coming in, so there's more fixtures. But you look at the lads' schedules and the amount of game days they have. I honestly don't know how they walk. After 150 over game, I can hardly walk. Whereas these lads play so much cricket on the road a lot, and I mean, it's a relentlessness, isn't it, of that county championship? But
a lot of ice
credit
baths.
to them. Yeah. Oh, inside edge down to Graham Clark at fine leg. I don't think you need an ice bath on a day like this, do you?
No.
Surely you're going in saying to the S&C,
maybe when we
Sam
get into
Clark,
warm
bath.
Yeah, when we get into June, July, maybe that's when the ice baths can start coming out.
You just need to stand outside. Surely that's enough from a sports science point of view. 96 for 5 then Kent. The deficit 239 to Durham's first innings. Emilio Gay, the standout for Durham, with a fabulous 100 down the leg side. Great take that by Ollie Robinson. Full length dive to his left.
He's taken out one-handed as well.
Flew through the air.
I'm in awe of wicketkeepers that can. I mean, obviously they make the hard look easy, but down the leg side to then feel confident enough in your own ability that you can stick a paw out there and grab it.
Save the other arm.
Yeah. It was a brilliant take, and as you say, I think we spoke about it last year on Comms at certain points. He has really knuckled down on that part of his game as well. It was never really in question that he was a good keeper, but he recognised it was an area that he could improve on, and he has definitely done so. Just the 2 singles from that over. Kent 96 for 5.
I think Ash is going to come back in for a little bit, or for a long bit. You did a long stint yesterday, so you can keep working your magic, Ash. Bring a couple of Durham wickets.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, mate. Well done. 3 for. Sure the boys will be thrilled with that.
You passed the first test of the season, you can come back.
Oh, she's always welcome. Always welcome. She's got proper work to do now. A little bit of angle there into the right-hander. Chris Benjamin on strike. Busy at the crease, Benjamin. Always looking to score. Some sharp movement and nicely played there by Benjamin. Rode the bounce. Guided that one down to Graham Clark, who was in a very square 3rd position. No gully in place. There's been quite a lot of runs scored there so far today. Should I have a look at my old wagon wheel, see how she's looking. There's been 38, maybe 39 of the runs scored for Kent, being behind square on the offside so far.
Shot.
And that's beautifully driven down the ground by Sam Northeast. It's a no ball. Not for the first time that Kemar Roach has overstepped, but that was met beautifully by an on-drive from Sam Northeast. That's certainly not behind square on the offside. Brings up the 100 for Kent in the 30th over. And what a way to do it.
Yeah, much needed partnership this between Northeast and Benjamin. It would have been very easy for the slide to continue and leave themselves in a massive hole on first innings. They still do have a long way to go, still 230 behind, but real danger of exposing their tail really early. These two have fought hard.
Again, not quite getting it right, Kemar Roach. Looks a bit frustrated with himself at the moment. Area that and well played. Yeah, it's a good little partnership from this. They just lost those 3 quick wickets thanks to Emily Windsor's arrival. Two with the score on 65 and Everson with the score on 68. Durham would have been Thinking, can we get one more and get through into the all-rounders? With Grant, Stewart, Milnes, Dudgeon and Stearman still to come. But Chris Benjamin started off positively. Still plenty of chat out there from Durham. Ends the over. Over number 30 in the books. 103 for the loss of 5. Sam Northeast on 44. Chris Benjamin on 17. Durham on top here, but this partnership building for Kent. We have seen that, haven't we? We've seen partnerships and then we've seen
clusters,
flurries of wickets. Yeah, so that pattern, I think on pitches like this, it's pretty much expected. I see Casey Aldridge into the attack. Batted nicely yesterday afternoon, steered the tail with 44 not out. Took a sharp catch at slip and now gets his chance with the ball.
He's making sure his bowling arm is nice and warm. Got the hand warmers in there.
Has he got a little plaster on his finger there? Bless him. He has. Oh my goodness. What a ball first up. I actually thought that hit him in the back shin at first.
Squared him up
which
like
would
a
have
peach.
been dead. But yeah, it was an outside edge that hadn't carried, unfortunately, to McKinney at slip. What a start that would have been.
Durham just also slightly having to rework the slip cord. And Amelia Gay shifts over to second, and Colin Ackerman now at third.
Looking to try and let that ball swing, isn't he? Going full. A little bit of shape there for the first two. I'm sure it'll take him a little bit to warm up. Not the most of pleasant conditions out there. But what do you expect? It's the 4th of April in the northeast. Nicely tucked away by Benjamin. Just keep rotating the strike. Just starting to get into his work now, Aldridge. Durham's 4th seamer.
Shot.
That's a gorgeous shot off the back foot. Up tall, almost jumping into a back foot punch through the covers for 4. Northeast continuing on his way. It's like he's never left Kent. Prolific run scorer over the years with Kent and Glamorgan. And that was a gorgeous shot off the back foot. Good comeback from Aldridge. Ends ends the over there. 108 for 5.
Who have we got going for a lap here? Or going out for a net, sorry. What, the Kent lads?
Yeah, they are Kent lads, yeah. I think it's Big Just Sing by the look of it. Wrapped up well, the Kent boys. For good reason. Durham's morning so far, picked up the 3 wickets. We'll be looking to try and take 1 or 2 more into that lunch break to have Kent in real trouble. Still trailing by 227, Kent. Oh, it's moved back sharply. Hit Benjamin right in the stomach. But positive footwork from Benjamin, really looking to get forward as much as he can. Coming at the ball. Saw Miei LBW earlier on, really trapped on the crease. See, Benjamin looks like a really conscious effort to try and get those feet moving. Nicely played. Almost a late cut. Down to Graham Clark at 3rd.
From a batter's point of view here, Ash, I don't know if I'm being captain obvious, but would it still be annoying at this point in the game? Do you thinking 31 and a half overs in, you're still having to worry about the ball that's sniffing back in? You'd have thought that the majority of the movement would have gone away by now, but obviously the overheads and stuff are helping that ball movement stick around.
Yeah, 100%. I think the ball is going to move all game. I think it wasn't until about probably 65 to 70 overs when Durham's tail were in that it actually looked quite comfortable to bat. I think if you put the ball in the right areas, you're half a chance. It's going to be buys again. Much to the annoyance of Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Angled in and just kept going and going. Little keeper unable to keep that one out of the net. So runs just starting to flow here a little bit. This partnership continues to build. Better areas from Roach. Up to 45 now, the partnership. We've got somebody very politely knocking on the door. Again, another lovely back foot punch. Not timed as well as the one in the last over. But they'll pick up 3. That brings up Sam Northeast 50. It's been an excellent inning so far. I'm sure all Kent fans are absolutely delighted that he's back in Kent colours.
Yeah, a calming presence in their top order. As we've said, he's been the only real batter so far from Kent. There's looked reasonably compact and solid from getting to the crease, which as we've also explained, is not easy.
No, it's not easy batting out there. And he, like you say, he's looked calm and composed from the moment he came to the crease. It was really tough last night, and he's carried on that good form this morning. Oh, it might be the end of him here. Oh, it's a good shout. It's a really good shout. Maybe just sliding. Just threatened to swing.
He's set up covering all three, isn't he? You can maybe see a tiny little bit of off stump.
Have to try and scrub the old YouTube feed and have a look back at that one. Tight, very tight. I think if you're the bowler, you want that. If you're the batter, you think it's sliding. I think it's probably close enough to give the umpire the benefit of the doubt there. And the batsman, from a Kent point of view. Asking questions, Casey Aldridge. Just a little straight and tucked away off the hip. Another single there for Sam Northeast. If I'm honest, has earned a bit of luck as well, the way he's played. Been superb from him.
Yeah, he's balanced both sides of the game when he's had to, in terms of looking to score, looking to just tick over and keep the Kent score moving, but also settling in when he's needed to.
Oh, beautiful bowling from Aldridge. Starting to get that ball to shape away from the right-hander. Too good for Benjamin on this occasion. And there's no shame in missing that one, to be fair. That was an absolute peach. Well, it's a wide half volley and it's slapped straight to Ben Rain at cover. And Casey Aldridge seems to be the man with the golden arm. Benjamin goes for 19. You'll be disappointed with that. But for Durham, they're absolutely thrilled as they pick up their 6th wicket. 117 for 6.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge first. Durham first-class wicket. Safe to say it's not the ball he would have been hoping for when it left the hand, but all that matters is that it's broken open this partnership that Durham were definitely starting to get a little bit frustrated by, seeing that Colin Ackerman had been dropped out the slip cordon. They were just McKinney and Gay in there, and as Ryan Campbell takes a lap down in front of us, he's got his side a wicket.
It's about time he got his backside up here, really, isn't it?
He's down in front of us. We can open the window and shout to him. But no, it's exactly what Durham needed, as we talked about. Whenever there's been partnership, there's also been wickets that have followed since. And Benjamin did play nicely for his 19. He'll be very, very annoyed with himself that he hasn't managed to cream that on the ground for 4. Instead, picked up Ben Rain at extra cover. But Durham won't care a jot.
No. You're right there. .49 that partnership, so you're 100% right. It was a great time for Durham to break that. Grant Stewart, really handy bowling all round it. Scored a lot of runs for Kent down the order. Kemar Roach continues. Yes, Sam Northeast in his sights. Cuts and cuts beautifully away for 4 more. That's raced off the bat.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Roach still struggling to just get that consistency there. He's found the line and length a couple of times, got the plays and misses, but just not quite managed to hone in yet.
It's a beautiful bit of timing, that from Northeast. There's some leaden skies here. Lights have been on all morning. Just a little change in the field. They're going to switch Graham Clark to sweeping more. And where's Emilio Gay going? Is he going into like a... I don't know where he is. He doesn't know where he is. It's another no ball from Kemar Roach. Brings Grant Stewart onto strike. Fresh from a T20 World Cup in India with Italy. Immediately jumps on the front foot. Plays that nicely to mid-off.
Yeah, full face of the bat. Emily was talking about it, maybe a form of attack being the best form of defence, and Grant Stewart can definitely get going quickly if he's given the opportunity. So Durham just have to be alert.
Kemar Roach begging almost. I think there might have been 3 noises on that one, not just the 2. I think it was bat into both pads. Kemar Roach thought he'd ask the question anyway. Once again, guys, on the stream, if you want to get in contact, drop a comment in the chat, or you can email us at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. Always nice to hear your thoughts and interact with you guys, the most important people, the guys watching. Can Kent's tail wag like Durham's did yesterday? Casey Aldridge did a brilliant job there with his 44 not out. Ben Rain 19, Kemar Roach 21. Got Durham up to 335 important runs. I was speaking to Adam Holyoke before the start of play. He said that was an important little partner. Even the last wicket partnership had some real annoyance factor for Kent. Taking the score from 290 for 9 when Potts was dismissed up to 335 all out. It was an excellent partnership. Oh my goodness, how was that missed the stumps? They're the ones when you think, yeah, that's wide enough to leave, and as it's coming in, you
like, oh no.
The world kind of stops. Your heart doesn't beat, you don't breathe. It feels like eternity, and you just hope you don't hear that horrible sound. The old death rattle. Stewart survives. Kent 124 for 6. Sam Northeast, the shining light for his side with 57. Grant Stewart yet to get off the mark.
That drizzle's started to come back.
Yeah, it looks a bit heavier out there, doesn't it? This is not really what Durham want. They've just... Casey Aldridge has still got that ball swinging. I think it'll seem no matter what. But what you'll just find is when that ball gets a bit wet, you'll lose the swing. Umpires just having a look at each other. Happy to continue at the moment. Ball up right in towards the armpit. Bit of bounce as you would expect from Casey Aldridge. And here come Victor Main and his crew. They might see something on the radar. They're getting ready towards the covers. The umpires have just noticed that the men in blue are coming out as well. It's not pleasant conditions out there at all. It's not heavy rain, but it is cold, it is windy.
I wouldn't be surprised if after this ball, umpires get together and have a little chat.
Got little spots on our window now as well. Does that mean we get lunch early?
I hope so. Bit of field movement, reinforcing that slip cordon. Ackerman back in at third. Oh,
was that an under edge?
Yeah, the big shot coming out from Grant Stewart. Under edge that drops underneath Robinson and goes for one. And
if he'd hit that, I'd have gone over Lumley Castle. That was a big swing. The umpires are getting together, Rob.
I think
and
we are going.
Off. Durham's morning picked up 4 wickets so far this morning. Miei first to go. LBW to Rain. Then in the same over, Bell Drummond nicked low and quickly to Casey Aldridge's left hand. And he was gone. Then we had Everson nick one behind off the bowling of Potts. And then just an over a go, Chris Benjamin slapped one straight to cover, which leaves Kent on 126 for 6. Couple of wickets for Potts, a couple of wickets for Rain, 1 each for Roach and 1 for Aldridge. And we'll leave you with the pictures, but we'll leave you without the voices of myself and Rob Rush. And hopefully we'll be back soon for some cricket.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside. The players are making their way back out to the middle after a slightly earlier lunch break because of some weather, but fortunately that has been cleared, so Kent will resume on 126 for 6. Definitely Durham's morning with the ball. 4 wickets, equaling 2 bowling bonus points. Casey Aldridge picking up his maiden first-class wicket for the club. Tawanda Miyeye fell LBW to Ben Rain for just 10. He was uncomfortable last night against Matt Potts. Looked slightly better this morning, but the change of bowling did for him. Daniel Bell-Drummond only lasted 4 deliveries before he edged one to Aldridge in the slips. Very good spell of bowling by Ben Rain from the Finkel end this morning. And Joey Everson feathering one through to Ollie Robinson from Matthew Potts. Just the 2 slips that Aldridge is going to go with to start things for the afternoon session. Tea will be taken at 3:40 and the scheduled close of play is now 6:21. Kent immediately getting the scoreboard moving with just a dab down to third. Sam Northeast with that run, taking him to 59. Grant Stewart just to 6 deliveries faced for him. I'd like to see who starts off the bowling from the Lumley end after the lunch break. You are, for all 4 days of this game, joined by myself, Rob Rush, and Ash Thorpe. Some rare common sense in cricket, Ash, taking that early lunch break with the weather hanging around.
Hasn't necessarily been on show so far, but indeed it was. Caught me a little bit by surprise there. I was engrossed in a FA Cup tie and looked up and there was players running onto the field, so I clambered back to the comms box. Oh, that's clambered the middle stump right out of the ground. Casey Aldridge strikes. Grant Stewart bowled. Durham pick up their 7th.
It's happened again. Someone's walked into the comm box and a wicket has fallen. I'm pretty sure that won't be a nice shot for Grant Stewart to look back on in the review. not really what you're looking for after a break. Durham won't care, though. It's their 7th wicket, and Kent are really teetering now. That deficit reads large at 208. But they have the blueprint of what Durham did to them yesterday in the lower order, hung around and provided vital support. Kent are going to need that more than ever, because otherwise they are looking at this game being ripped away from them.
Yeah, it's moved quickly, hasn't it, this morning? And now, straight away after lunch, Durham foot on the throat. Casey Aldridge 2 for 9 from his couple of overs so far. Well, best part of 3 overs. We're going to have, I think it's Keith Dudgeon coming in to bat. No, it's Milnes, actually. There you go. Milnes.
I'd love to know what Grant Stewart's thought process was.
Whack it. I don't think anything further than that. Unfortunately, fortunately for Durham, he missed it. Very aggressive player, to be fair. I've seen him.
Oh, absolutely, he absolutely is. He absolutely is. But for me, it's just you've not had the morning session go your way. You've had an early lunch taken. You've got 4 balls left to face of Aldridge. Just get your eye back in. I'm not sure the big shot was sort of needed, but if Kent, me and Emily Winter were talking about defence being the best, attack being the best form of defence, maybe still going along those lines, but needless to say, a very poor shot.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Proof was in the pudding with middle stump being removed a few yards back from where she was supposed to be.
It's good to see cartwheeling stumps.
Yeah, I love it. Normally happens when I'm batting, unfortunately.
Successful first over. Well, 4 balls after the lunch break. Casey Aldridge removing Grant Stewart. For 1, it's 1-2-7 for 7.
And this is where Kent will want to add that niggle and nuisance factor with the lower order. Saw Durham's last 3 wickets put on 95. Matthew Potts bowled well last night and this morning, and it's good to see him, and he'll want to get as many overs under his belt as possible with the hope of taking a few wickets again to wrap up this innings.
What does Sam Northeast do now, Ash?
Does he
have to trust Matt Milnes, or does he have to now start putting his foot down a little bit and get that scoreboard?
I think he just bats up until he knows possibly the last pair.
He's going to trust Milnes early.
Yeah, Durham will be happy with that. A few scouts out.
I wonder if
to
that
get him off strike.
Like I said, deliberate planning from captain and bowler.
Yeah, no doubt. I know we're behind tinted window again, and we say that often, but lights on. It's been a gloomy day, hasn't it? It's definitely been a day where conditions have favoured the bowlers. Got out after lunch yesterday, didn't it? We had some beautiful blue skies. Not so far today. Milnes defends nicely first up. Three slips in place. 128 for 7, Kent. That's edged and down.
Second drop off Potts. Mayeye was dropped on naught yesterday by Ben McKinney. This time it's the Centurion Emilio Gate. Burst through the hands. But he'll be the first one to say he should have grabbed it.
Yeah, just maybe moved a little bit late. The slips are so close together as well. Is it yours? Is it mine? Yeah, Potts not had a lot of luck. Bowled beautifully. Oof, hits the pitch hard.
Play that if you can.
Yeah, a little nibble at it, Milnes. Some deep breaths, Matthew Potts. Not a happy camper. Ben Rain going, it's okay, mate.
Well, we know what those two did last time Durham were in Div 2. Rain ended up with, I think, 60 poles, and Potts not far behind on 56.
They destroyed it, didn't they? That is as solid as a defensive shot as you will see. That from Milnes. Nicely in behind it. I'm going to throw something out there. I reckon it's darker now than when they went off yesterday.
When yesterday?
The first time.
Because I'm not going to. There's no debate on the second one.
Yeah, the first time.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. David Bellingham is just going to drop to the boundary on the leg side.
Thick inside edge. You'll see him in play. And Milnes will keep the strike.
Setting him up for Aldridge. Giving him the one.
There you go. 133 for 7. Milnes on 5. Northeast on 60. You want to try and get as much of the strike as possible, but has more than enough faith in Milnes at the moment.
You jinxed us, Ash. You have indeed.
Mate, I had a feeling that was coming. Like, it is dark out there. I don't know if there's a bit of rain in the air again. Might have caught the ground staff on the hop as well, because they're nowhere to be seen. They've probably run off for their lunch, bless them, while everybody else was, well, we were getting into a bit of Cumberland sausage and mash, and the ground staff will have run off to get theirs, and they're going to be summoned to get the covers back on. But you do feel that it is for the light that they've gone off. So Durham, in that really short spell, managed to pick up wicket number 7.
Should have had number 8 as well.
Yeah.
Milnes given a life on naught. Emilio Gay dropping him off the bowling of Matthew Potts, who, as we've said, over the course of Durham's bowling has looked very sharp. Probably the best he's looked in a good old while for his county. But as we leave you with Kent 133 for 7, Durham very much on top.
Well, that wasn't too long, was it? We're going to have some cricket again. It has got a little bit brighter out there, but I wasn't surprised to see the lads going off. We're going to resume. Kent 7 down. Durham on the hunt to get this innings closed off as quickly as possible. Kent will be trying to get that nuisance factor in and make Durham work for every single wicket. Wasn't the case just after the last break, as Grant Stewart played a huge shot at Casey Aldridge and lost his middle stump. But thankfully, we're back here with more cricket. Big Casey Aldridge to continue. That one's down the leg side.
Interesting stat. Sam Northeast has faced 103 balls for Kent for his 60 not out. The other 8 have faced now 119 between them.
There you go. There's a good stat. And he's looked so comfortable, hasn't he? Played beautifully.
Pretty much on ball 1. Just nice and compact. And his side have needed it, because imagine where they'd be without those 60 runs.
Indeed. Milnes has come out and looked pretty composed himself, actually, so far. Got that life early doors.
Yeah, he's got to make the most of it now, hasn't he? Shots like that will definitely help.
Beautiful shot through the covers on the up. Being chased and hauled back in by Matthew Potts. Great effort from the Durham quick. Good work from Lees as well, hunting in packs. The umpire just telling the batter not to run down the middle of the pitch as well. .135 for 7. One hits high on the bat and get through for a quick single.
Looks like Durham are going to just give Northeast the option of a single here. Potts immediately sprints out to backward point. You've got David Beddingham at a wide third. Graham Clark at long leg. And Lees and Roach are not exactly in normal mid-on, mid-off. They are kind of deep. Lees especially at mid-off. Oh, that is a seed.
Yep.
Beauty from Casey Aldridge.
So we've lost an over there. So tea will be taken at 3:50 and the scheduled close is 6:30. Sam's definitely getting another message with regards to overtime. And I'm sure that request will be denied again. But that ends the over from Aldridge. 136 for 7.
Unsurprisingly, Potts camps himself in at the Lumley end again. Milnes again in his sight. Should have had him for naught. Got the edge and burst through the hands of Emilio Gay, diving to his left. They say Ash, maybe the question of was it Aldridge or Gay, but I think looking back, I don't think Gay really had to move.
Yeah, it's probably just got to him a little bit quickly. You don't want to make excuses for anybody. He'll expect to catch that, no doubt.
And that is a peach. Matthew Potts gets the wicket of Milnes. It's only 8 runs added to the Kent total. Durham have their 8th Ollie Robinson does the business behind the stumps.
A big hug for Emilio Gay there from Potsy as well. Maybe half a choke.
And Kent continue to wobble, still trailing by 199. With only their 2 overseas to come, Durham are working their way into a position of strength.
Yeah, good from Potts. Pitch the ball up, let us swing. Milnes on the drive. Gets a feather through. To Ollie Robinson, who gratefully receives it. And we are now going to see Dudgeon come to the crease.
Why let the outfielders have the opportunity to just trust the man with the gloves?
Yeah, just keep nicking them to the keeper. That'll probably be the only thing that disappoints Durham out of this game so far, is that they've probably, if you reflect on their batting, they've lost wickets in a couple of little clusters, but then they've dropped a couple of catches in the slips that they would expect to be taken as well. But so far so good. 136 for 8. Like I say, Dudgeon, the new batsman, joins Sam Northeast, who is fighting a lone battle at the moment.
We mentioned it just before we went off. What is Northeast's mindset? I think now he kind of has to. He's got to take. I mean, not that he hasn't taken control already, but you're going to have to see what we saw with Casey Aldridge at points yesterday. 4 balls, 5 balls in the over. Really got to take control of this.
Oof.
Oi. Welcome to the crease.
Potter's got some rhythm again. That's where he'll probably, that looks really nice, but he'll probably want that a little bit fuller to catch the edge like he did with Milnes.
I'd get the 4th slip back in. Don't give them any chance. It's normally been Colin Ackerman who's jumped in to complete the cordon. He's currently at forward, just forward a point.
Oh, wow.
That's moved a lot.
It went a lot after it passed the stumps. Ben McKinney diving for his life. Ollie Robinson did enough.
Yeah, he took most of the pace off, didn't he?
Yeah, he did enough. Not what you want. Getting shinned off the quick. This came a little bit wider of the crease there, Potts.
He seems to do that quite regularly for a fast bowler. I mean, it's good to see him using the angles as well. You know, don't let the batter get too comfortable with just same spot on the crease. You know, we've seen it on the international stage a few times of bowlers coming a little bit wider or going over the wicket, around the wicket, and obviously a bit more with the left-handers in play. So I don't mind it from Potts.
No, you got to change it up, especially if you're getting that ball the shape away. You just want to change the angle and make the batter feel like he has to play. It's just a little bit wide there.
So if you can find that movement, we've seen it with Rain this morning, getting the movement both ways, moving away and coming back in. If Potts can start doing that as well.
Yeah, he's more natural. I think he's more comfortable bowling that outswing. I think sometimes when he tries to get it to come back into the batsman, he forces it and pushing it. It doesn't really...
Overcorrects?
Yeah, can do. There you go. You see more mid-crease there, right on the money. Ends an excellent over, a wicket taking over, a wicket maiden for Matthew Potts. Picks up his third. He has 3 for 27. Kent, 136 for 8.
I think I read something this week in the build-up to this game that it might have been from Ryan, it might have been from Potts himself, that maybe focus a bit too much on the wobble seam delivery. It might have been, I think it actually came from Potts himself. He was discussing the 5th test of the Ashes, and I think it was more so along the lines of, just maybe focus too much on the wobble seam rather than just get the natural swing and seam away. As we talked about, he looks in very good rhythm early on.
Oh.
That's a chance. A very tough one, but it does have to be a chance. A very audible feather from Sam Northeast, and Ollie Robinson diving away to his left-hand side. Has to see it duck underneath him and
I think it's
go for 4.
Yeah, he got close to it. I'm not sure if it went to hand or not. Just got a little replay coming up. Yeah, just kind of cuts him off at the top there. Very close. Kent won't complain though. Picks up a welcome boundary.
Yeah, every run's vital right now for them, staring down the barrel of a very hefty first innings deficit. They need as many as they can get, because if this Durham batting lineup is given time and runs to start with, this could get out of hand very quickly for them.
194, still the difference between the sides. Aldridge bowls a really nice area. He's bowled nicely, hasn't he? In his first spell in whites for Durham. Picked up a couple of wickets. He's beat the bat on several occasions as well. Flash outside off stump as that one flies through to Ollie Robinson. It's driven in the air, but over the top of Kemar Roach, who is now in pursuit. Down right in front of us. And Dudgeon will pick up a couple.
Yeah, shouts of catch, but definitely hopeful. Dudgeon off the mark. And again, Durham send the scouts out, more than happy to give Dudgeon the 1 here and have him facing Potts at the beginning of the next over.
Once again, driven by Dudgeon. He'll pick up just the single off the last ball of the over. Durham won't be displeased with that. 8 from that over from Casey Aldridge. He has 2 for 20. Kent move on to 144 for 8. Dudgeon moves on to 3. Sam Northeast sitting on 65. It was watch carnage from the other end. Came in late last night at the fall of the first wicket.
I think he's only been off the field for 4 balls of the game, I think.
Something like it was close, wasn't it? Who was it? It was
Compton
LBW to Kemar Roach, wasn't it, in the first over?
Potts looking for a 4th. Strikes on the pad. Umpire unmoved.
Potts very expectant there for me. That's going down leg side.
He's definitely been. I mentioned this previously. He's been to the Stuart Broad School of Celeb Appeals.
Yeah, they're all out. They're all out.
Good zip from the England international.
If there's a little bit of rain in the air again, maybe that mizzle's back. I tell you what, I take my hat off to anybody who's out in the crowd here watching this. You've got to be a pure cricket lover to be, and about 3 or 4 layers on.
think you're right. I can see it on our window away to our left-hand side. That one's dropped into the leg side. Short arm jab round the corner.
Happy with just the single. Northeast can keep the strike.
Three slips. Ben McKinney, Casey Aldridge, and Amelia Gay. Wait, the false start and
Some car lights in the car park, just to the right of the sight screen. Frustrating that for a bowler getting halfway through.
oh, that is such good bowling.
He's great theatre, Matthew Potts, when he's on.
Last ball of the 40th is a dot. So Dudgeon will remain... Well, Dudgeon will have the strike for the next over. And while they change over, we can give you the news that Ben Rain has now joined the Durham 300 club. 300 first-class wickets. He joins quite an elite list.
It's a serious list, yeah.
Chris Rushworth.
Yep.
Steve Harmison.
Yep.
Graham Onions. Simon Brown.
Yeah. Some serious names on that list. Some great bowlers that this club's had in the past. And Ben Rain right up there with the very best of them. I guarantee one thing, that Ben Rain's made more runs than all of those. Maybe all of them combined.
That'd be a stat.
Solid. From Dudgeon, good areas from Casey Aldridge, just getting the thick outside part of the bat there. I'm sure Steve, the stats man upstairs, he'll know what's going on.
You say either Steve or at Durham Stats.
Oh, okay.
If you're listening, if you're on the live stream, can we get a fact check on that from Ash? I don't think you're far off there. I think you might be on it.
So we've got Rushy, nah.
Harmy,
nah.
Bunny,
Nah.
Simon Brown.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I mean, Harmy, they've obviously played a lot of games. But I'm backing Ben Rain in there. Nicely into position there, Dudgeon.
Yeah, he's solid in defence so far. I wonder if you're Alex Lees, do you drop the field now on the 4th. Try and give him a single and then bring him back up for North East. Because it could be easy for North East if you don't drop the field. It doesn't look like they're going to, but it could be easy for North East on that 5th ball to just say, nah.
Oh, that is a peach.
So many of those over the last day and a half from both sides. There was some brilliant bowling from Kent yesterday.
Yeah, that's no disrespect to Dudgeon, but that's wasted on a number 10. Keith Dudgeon may well be a better batter than a number 10. I know that both sides are stacked with batters, but that was an excellent delivery. And they're quite happy to take the single off the last ball. Nicely played. Moves Dudgeon onto 5 and Kent onto 146 for 8. And somebody said they've just logged in. Is it tough batting conditions? I think absolutely it is. There you go. Overheads. There's a bit of grass on. The only thing in the batter's favour at the moment is that the old Dukes is 41 overs old and has probably had a little bit of dampness into it. But yeah, there's still some good seam movement and a little bit of swing if the bowlers are pitching it up enough. And Durham have bowled well.
So the ideal time to bat was probably 24 hours ago. Edge doesn't carry to Casey Aldridge. It's going to burst through him on the ground. Graham Clark will ensure it doesn't go for 4. Again, Potts getting that ball up there and allowing it time to swing and take the outside edge. Still got play everywhere else around the country, I think. The second day of the season.
Oh, I'm nowhere near the bowlers. I apologise to all those legendary bowlers.
Have you been... Oh, wow.
Well out. Ben Rain is the highest run scorer by a mile. But there you go. Graham Onions hitting the 2,000 mark.
You might have words for you later on.
Mate, yeah. It's the least of my problems, that. Bit of discussion there between captain and bowler. Nothing's changed. There's definitely some mizzle in the air. I don't know if that wind's picked up a little bit as well, but it is not pleasant conditions for cricket out there.
Quick tour around the grounds in Div 2. Derbyshire 582 for 7 against Worcestershire. Do you want to take a guess at who won the toss there?
No, they put them in.
They put them in. Worcestershire won the toss and decided to put Derbyshire in. It's not worked so far. Again, another good delivery from Potts that Dudgeon does well to miss, prodding the bat forward. Middlesex 417 for 6 against Gloucestershire. Again, Gloucestershire inserting their host, and Lancashire made 384 all out. And Ash, have you heard of a bowler called Jimmy Anderson?
Oh, he's part of their academy setup, isn't he, at Lancs?
Yeah, Northamptonshire 89 for 5. I believe Anderson's got 4.
Yeah, bang on.
Lancashire starting the season in a strong position, as are Durham right now.
Oh.
Just those 2 off the edge to start. The over from Potts will be the runs from that over. 148 for 8. Kent still trail by 187.
Partnership at 12 so far, and this is what they've got to do. They've got to get every run possible, eat into that Durham lead. Sam Northeast back on strike. Thinks about a single. Turns it down immediately. This time he tucks it away into the leg side. We'll pick up one more. Moving on to 66. Interesting to see if Lees is thinking of a bowling change here. These two have bowled nicely. I'm just having a look around the field. You normally get an indication. Kemar Roach has got hands firmly in pockets. And Ben Rain doesn't look like he's limbering up either. Oh, a big attempted cover drive off a thick inside edge through square leg. It's racing away across the square. It's going to be hauled in by Ben Rain. And Graham Clark comes round to fire that one back into Ollie Robinson. That's 3 to Dudgeon, and it brings up the Kent 150. Move on to 152 for 8. It's been tough going for the visitors.
I think maybe 2 more overs each end for these two.
That's a glorious on drive, but we'll be straight to Kemar Roach.
I think if Lees was going to make a change, you're throwing the ball to Ben Rain first.
Yeah, I mean, has been as impressive as anybody, as you would expect Ben Rain in these conditions. Kemar Roach, harshly or not, has probably been the least effective of the Durham bowlers after picking up that wicket early. If you look at the bowling figures for Durham, Kemar Roach has 1 for 59 from 10. Matthew Potts 3 for 30 from 15. Ben Rain 2 for 25 from 11. Casey Aldridge has 2 for 25 in the last ball of his 7th over.
I think it's just a rhythm thing with Roach had the 5 no balls as well. I think it's just adjusting,
and the foreign, like literally the foreign conditions to him.
Oh,
nicely done. Somehow it's gone away for 4. Over the top, more or less, of the keeper. Tried to uppercut it and got success, got a boundary. Yeah, it's through everybody there. But 4 important runs from a Kent point of view, 156 for 8. Sam Northeast moves on to 70. Finding a good ally here in Keith Dudgeon.
There's that nuisance you were talking about that Kent needed to have from their lower order.
Yeah, already put on 20, these two. Goodness me. I don't know what was said there, but maybe well bowled. We'll just leave it with that.
I think it was a look of mutual respect.
Yeah. Even the umpire's gone, yeah, that's done a little bit. And Dudgeon's probably saying, why are you wasting that on me?
That's a horrible one for the keeper to deal with. bounces just before it reaches Ollie Robinson, and now Scarpa through for a bye. That brings about the change in the field. Amelia Gay will drop into extra cover. Colin Ackerman goes to the fence at backward point. Or at point, excuse me. He's really getting the ball to move here, Potts. As you mentioned, Ash, the ball now into its 44th over. There has been that mizzle around for large parts of today's play, but Potts is still finding ways to make the ball talk.
Nicely played out there to deep point. Played by Dudgeon. Full length from Potts. One ball left in the over. 158 for 8. Northeast 71. Dudgeon on 10. That Durham lead is 177. Another one thuds into the pads, but leg side ends the over. Over number 54 done. Kent still with a lot of work to do here.
That mizzle's just picked up as well.
Just noticed that myself.
Like you say, Ash, definitely one for the purists out in the stands today.
Yeah, you got to love the game. There's plenty here, to be fair. See them over towards the left-hand side of your screen. There'll be plenty more inside in the Jeff Cook Pavilion. Oh.
Squares him up. Turned him into an S.
Just keeping my eye on the umpires here, who have been pretty keen to depart the ground at times. Having a look around. And a cursory look at each other. Edged down to third. I reckon that's about the first full shot he's played. Sam Northeast.
It's been pretty much faultless.
Been a superb innings. Seen the Emilio again knock really stand out for Durham, and Sam Northeast has stood up for his team. In difficult batting conditions, they've been in trouble from the first over. And he's still there. Ollie Robinson throwing a bit of mayo on that one. Swing and a miss. You feeling like it's time for a change of bowlers, Rob?
I would give Potts one more from the Lumley end because, as we've spoken about, he's just in such a good rhythm and you just need to let him bowl when he's in that rhythm. But you also do have to find the balance. You don't want to overwork him too much too soon. I think Aldridge has gone unchanged for 8. I think it might be, even though again he's bowling in a nice rhythm as well. It's Alex Lees he's gonna have a battle on his hands to take the ball out of these two's hands when they're bowling like this. But I think as well there's something to be said for these batters having now faced these bowlers for a little bit as well. I don't think a change is the worst thing, and when you've got the 2 change in Ben Rain and Kemar Roach, not exactly bad guys to throw the ball to.
Yeah, interesting. 35 this partnership now. .25 even. It's definitely going to be Potts to continue. He's charging in from the Lumley end. And North East picks up another single. Goodness me. Deep exhale and inhale from Dudgeon. And Potts just turns around and goes back to his mark. Good leave. Good cricket from these two. It's a good contest. Conditions definitely in favour of the ball batters fighting to survive. And North East has done that brilliantly last night and today. In behind another one, thinking of a single, turning it down immediately.
Two balls left in the 46th. Can Potts finally dismiss Dudgeon? Oh.
Well, we nearly saw a repeat of the Ackerman dismissal from yesterday, but that's got a bit more rib. Looks like it's hurt Dudgeon. It's giving it a rub. That one almost, well, not almost, it did spin around behind the stumps. And that probably sums up the luck that Matthew Potts has had. Has 3 wickets to his name, could easily have 5 or 6. That's pulled. It's not in control. But it will be another single. And that ends the over. Dudgeon retains the strike. He moves on to 12. Kent move on to 163 for 8. Still trailing by 172. And there's those gloomy northeast skies.
I didn't want to say anything, but I had noticed away to our left-hand side. It's not looking pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty grim.
Aldridge will go again for his 9th on the bounce, 2 for 32. His figures read. Goes for the Yorker. Dug out. Good take.
Like the lengths that Aldridge has bowled today, he's tried to bowl really, really full. Give that ball a chance to swing.
Yeah, just absolutely making sure that they are using the best of the conditions they're giving to them. It's easy to maybe, let the guard down. Let it slip in terms of you just look overhead and think, that'll do all the work for me, but you've still got to put it in the right areas yourself in order to get that assistance. Still don't... I see Ben Rain starting to go through some stretches, so perhaps a bowling change isn't too far away. Dudgeon's quite happy to take the strike here.
Yeah, he's no mug, is he? That's his 45th delivery he's faced. He moves on to 13. That partnership now, 28.
Don't even think there was a conversation there between Lees and Potts. Potts just strutted in from his position and had his jumper and cap off and made the decision for his captain.
Don't look at me, I'm bowling. A little bit brighter now over to the west. You can see to the left of screen, the top left. But yeah, she's been a gloomy morning. Beautiful delivery from Potts. Well negotiated. A thick outside edge down to third. Gets Dudgeon off strike and brings Sam Northeast back on to strike. Northeast on 74. Ben Rain's warm-up getting a little bit more vigorous there at mid-on. That's cut away down again to Graham Clark at third. Be another single.
Wonder if he'll be replacing Aldridge. Could maybe just see some signs of tiredness just setting in that last over. Not quite the accuracy that had gone for the previous 8 overs.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowled well, hasn't he? Picked up 2 wickets. Got the ball to swing, beat the bat on numerous occasions. Hitting the bat hard from Potts. Definitely brightened up in the last 2 or 3 minutes. Oh my goodness.
He's got to be thinking here, what do I have to do to get this wicket? He's bowled balls here that would get top quality international batters out. Very impressive spell. In fact, it's probably into his, 8th or 7th over on the bounce?
Let me tell you.
Out of this spell. Then it's the thickest under edge to allow Dudgeon the escape.
So yeah, this is the 7th of Potts' spell. Still working on that ball. In conversation with Lazy, looks reluctant. There's people walking behind the side screen. So Northeast just taking his time. It's driven away square. Is it going to find the fence? It is. It's going to beat the 2 sweepers out on the offside. It was wide and it was put away by Northeast. Beautiful shot to finish the over. $171 for 8 now. Northeast moves on to 79. Here is the maestro back into the attack, Ben Rain. This is exactly what you want from a Kent point of view. A bit of fight at the end. There's a lot of batting in both teams. Batting's been hard work. Oh, Ben Rain just nibbling off the surface. And dare I say it, that's a bit of sunshine. Northeast thinking of two, decides against it. Wisely so. Definitely the best conditions of the day right now. A little bit older ball. Sun breaking through somehow through that grey wall in the sky. And Ben Rain settling into another spell here. And Dudgeon looking more and more comfortable as time goes on. 53 deliveries he's now faced. He's 16 not out. Northeast on 80. 173 for 8. Still trailing by 162. He's even going to take a layer off Keith Dudgeon. Changing the long sleeve for the sleeveless.
Again, Matthew Potts not giving his captain a choice. 8th over on the bounce for the England international. Sam Northeast on 80. Just sense the game's in a little bit of a holding pattern, Ash.
A little lull here. Kent fighting at the back end of their innings.
So it didn't feel like too long ago we were saying Kent were nearly 200 in arrears. You look up now and it's 161. Yeah. Still a lot, but those
that 8th wicket fell at 136.
So yeah, what's that? 38 run partnership for this 9th wicket.
Valuable.
We saw what Aldridge and Roach were able to do yesterday. Was that 45 for the final partnership?
Yeah, bang on. The Moose is wanting another 50 or 60. Be massive, and yeah, you're absolutely right.
I wonder if we can entice the head coach over.
Go for it.
I know what Ryan Campbell probably thinks of this spell in the game. That's a
Pulled
cracking
away
shot.
beautifully, that.
We sure Keith Dudgeon's number 10? That was a shot of a top order player.
I get the feeling he's definitely bats higher than number 10. That was a gorgeous shot. Rode the bounce. Maybe the venom out of Potts being in his 8th over of this spell. Maybe it's time for a change from his end as well. Get Kemar Roach back on. Because Dudgeon is more and more looking like a batter with every passing minute. He's on 20, Kent are on 178 for 8.
Worcestershire have finally been put out of their misery.
Have they?
625 for 8 declared
Ouch.
at Derby. Quite interesting, Ash, that Gay's sort of at a 4th or 5th slip there.
Yeah, little floating slip.
Just trying to cut off that scoring avenue.
Starting to increase the run rate a little bit now in the last few overs as well. Dudgeon getting into his work. Got a very bold prediction of a Dudgeon century on the live stream.
It's very bold. Kent would definitely take it, though.
Oh man, wouldn't you just?
Deficit now 155, just slowly ticking off the runs. Thuds into the pad, but...
That's fine and 4, that's off the bat, mate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's raced away.
I thought, from the sound I could hear, I thought it was a little click off the pad.
It's northeast 86.
That one does hit the pad, but too high and on the leg side. 185 for 8. Kent's tail wagging admirably after Durham hit them with a burst after the lunch break, and Matthew Potts will finally get to take a breather after 8 overs from the Lumley end. Kemar Roach replaces him.
Run partnership. It's been excellent between these two. Drives. Edged, but in the gap and down to third for another single. Just checking if they were clapping there for the 50 partnership or avoiding the follow on. They've managed to do both. Another hour to the tea break. 3:50, that will be taken. Question is, who'll be batting at that stage? It looked nailed on that it was going to be Durham. At the moment, Kent fighting hard. Roach looks in a little bit better rhythm in this spell so far. Huge change in conditions for him coming from the Caribbean into a blustery and cold northeast. Edged and beautifully taken by Ollie Robinson, diving away one-handed to his right. That is a quality snare from the little man.
That is brilliant keeping and brilliant bowling. As you say, Ash, Roach looked more comfortable. Finally, Durham break this partnership. Dudgeon played lovely for his 22, provided stiff resistance in a 50-plus run partnership. But the change in bowling brings a change in fortune. Durham secure max bowling bonus points. Kent, 188 for 9. And now the openers and the bowlers will firmly be thinking about Durham able to get on with setting the game up.
It's an excellent partnership between them. 52 broken with an excellent catch from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Glenton Stearman is the new batter to the crease. I think number 11. That'll be good for Roach today. He'll have good vibe there. He's had much better rhythm in this brief comeback over. And his job is to try and feed Sam Northeast as much strike as possible. Sam
Yeah.
Northeast just 11
I
away
was
from
going
a
to say,
century.
can he guide him? Can he stay there long enough? Northeast definitely deserves the ton.
He's batted nicely, hasn't he?
Held this innings together for his side. Can Stearman stick around? You can give him the strike for the next over, but a successful one for Durham, 188 for 9. Saw Alex Lees as well make the signal to the ground staff and the umpires about which roller.
There was a bit of
he
confusion
wanted.
over that yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Barry was on the big heavy roller, ready to bring it out, and the umpire made him stop, even though the
Everyone
ground staff had spoken to Kent.
everyone knew it was going to be the heavy roller.
We're about to see what Northeast's reaction to being down to their last wicket is. He's got Ben Rain to deal with. And as you would expect, there's quite a lot of scouts out. Still 2 slips in place.
Yeah, 2 slips, 2 men out on either side. Kemo Roach actually now jogs a little bit further back at mid-on. Sort of 50-50. Not fully back, but also giving Northeast a single if he wants it. I don't think he'll take it. Case in point.
There's your answer.
This will likely be 4 and 2 or 5 and 1 for Northeast. He'll going to try and hold the strike as he can.
Here's the big girl. You can probably hear her coming out now, the heavy roller.
Actually, Kemo Roach now drops all the way back to the boundary. Down right in front of us at our commentary position.
Good awareness from Ollie Robinson there. Northeast might have thought about trying to get 2 there, but Ollie Robinson raced around.
We saw Casey Aldridge do that yesterday, didn't he, when he was joined by Kemo Roach in that very first over after...
Little bunt.
Yeah, straight away 2, and Daniel Beljamin straight away went, you can absolutely pack that away, mate. You won't be doing that again. That's a hack leg size, but it will allow Northeast to move to the 90s.
Will they stick with the 2 slips here? Or is McKinney going to... Yeah, I think McKinney's going to come out into mid-wicket.
You better hope now it doesn't fly past Casey Aldridge's right hand.
Yeah, Bucky's wingspan.
Deep mid-wicket, cow corner for McKinney. Ackerman and Clark will jog round to their right-hand side.
Thought about it.
Stearman didn't quite get the memo.
I think they'll take it next ball. Durham fielders coming in now on the offside. Staying out on the leg side for the moment.
So surely you hang this outside off stump now.
Rain and Lee's in discussion there as to how they finish off this over and what field they have. Lots of discussion. Not a lot of action. It's going to give Northeast an opportunity. They're bringing them in. Going to leave long on back
And after all of that, he gets the 1. 92 for him, and Kent moved to 192 for 9.
I'm not sure how many times Kemar Roach can feign to throw the ball in. Again, Stearman not getting the memo, thinking of setting off for a leg bye. Sam Northeast firmly anchored to keep the strike for the next over. Kent 191 for 9. Sam Northeast on 92. Clinton Stearman new to the crease on 2, yet to get off the mark from just 2 deliveries. And grey clouds just starting to roll back in. That sight screen is absolutely massive at the non-striker's end.
I'm not entirely sure what Sam Northeast is looking
There
at
was
there.
a card that drove past, but mate, it's the biggest sight screen you could ever get. Roach is in anyway. This is driven straight out.
Could tell there's a little bit of extra venom in that delivery. To Northeast made him waste a run up.
Nearly got wrong-footed out there.
Emilio.
Yeah. That was about... I don't know, that's about the least grace I've seen Emilio show. Big game kicking off over the back here at the local derby, Parkview versus Chesley Street Town. I don't think it carried anyway, but I'm not sure there was a nick in the first place.
Based on Robbo's reaction, I don't think it carried. I say, even if there was anything.
Yeah, it was a lovely swing. I like that. Intentions loud and clear. Oh, it's dropped. I think that was right off the toe. Right off the toe of the bat. And confused everybody, including Kemar Roach, who's put it down.
That would be, as you mentioned earlier, the one disappointment for Durham in the field is the catching hasn't quite been there.
Yeah, a couple of chances in the slips.
That's a very hard take for Roach, but...
Yeah, you're expecting that to be hit kind of well over to the leg side and for it to come off the toe in your follow-through. And it came at a nice height, but there's no real easy catches off your follow-through.
Absolutely not. Casey Aldridge has vacated the cordon. He goes in at catching mid-wicket. He's got Ben McKinney right behind him, and Media again, Colin Akin will come up off the boundary on the offside.
Deserves a bit of luck, Northeast. He guides this one down. Kemo Rich trying to hide that one outside off stump. But he manages to almost hop into the shot, get that down to third for a single. Moves on to 93. And Roach has one ball at Stearman, Kent's number 11. And he keeps it out nicely, Stearman. Just pushes that one down to Ben Rain at mid-on. Ben Rain will keep the ball in hand. And he'll have the next over. Northeast on strike, 93 not out, 192 for 9, Kent. Oh, and that is a beauty, whether you're on 0 or 93. Absolute peach. Not sure if Northeast was just trying to bunt that into the offside and try and get 2. Now he ramps, he flicks that up in the air. And it's another one down as Graham Clark runs in and tries to get to it. Sam North, he's riding his luck
Brought the
as
Joss
he closes in.
He brought out the Joss Butler scoop.
Tough catch, but again, another one that you would expect to be taken. Graham Clark out there in the deep.
Has got Stearman on strike, though, for 4 deliveries. Can Durham end this innings?
Oh, that's 4 more. That'll be off the pad, but it won't matter for Kent. They'll be happy taking anything right now. 197 for 9. 4-leg buys. David Bettingham, no run. Starting to get very gloomy again. There's lots of grey cloud across to the west. You can see the umpire just having a look around more to the south. Good delivery from Rain. Well kept out by Stearman. But again, this is as dark as it has been. 1 ball left in the over for Stearman to survive and feed that strike back to Sam Northeast, who is just 1 blow away now from a century. He's on 94, not out. That one's speared in towards leg stump. They refuse the leg bye. And that ends the over. 197 for 9. And you get the feeling this over is either going to be a century or Kent all out. I think there's going to be some big swinging here from Northeast.
Yeah, we've seen saw in the last over with that, or the Just Butler scoop. And the field placement will tell you everything from Durham's point of view as well. And the only close-ish catchers are Ollie Robinson and Casey Aldridge in a mid-wicket. Everyone else is on the fence. And there we go. Kemar Roach ends the Kent innings. Sam Northeast does not get his deserved ton. Ollie Robinson takes the simple catch. Northeast has to fall for 94, but he has held this Kent innings together. Without him, it would be so much worse. 13 fours for him. But Durham take a very healthy first innings lead. 138 on first innings. Roach ends with 3 for 63. Finally got that rhythm going in that latest spell. Rain finishes 2 for 38 for him. Matthew Potts chipped in with 3. And Casey Aldridge with 2. As the heavy roller comes on, Durham firmly in the ascendancy. Bonus points are set. Durham will take 5 from this game. Kent with their 3 bowling bonus points. And while the ground staff get to work, we'll take a quick break.
Test, test.
Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else on the stream, we're going to have a ground delay. See the covers being brought on by the ground staff. It is very, very dark here at Chester Street, so there will be a delay before Durham get their second innings underway. But when they do, they'll have a lead of 138 to play with.
Well, it looks like some cricket is going to break out here at the Banks Homes Riverside as the players are back on the field after a delay for bad light and some, well, to be fair, there was some quite heavy rain at times, but thankfully the heavens have cleared and we're going to get some cricket. Durham resuming. 138 ahead, and we've got myself, Ash Thorpe, and Emily Windsor with you. Durham will be pretty happy with life at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as starts go to any season, to be in this commanding situation, but they now need to capitalise. That's the most important thing. They've done the hard work, and now they now need to build on it.
It's Milnes with the new ball from the Lumley end.
It's a nice side to that, isn't it?
Yeah. It's been tough to bat all game. Probably the better of the conditions were yesterday afternoon when the sun was out, but new ball, lights on. This is going to be a tricky period for Durham here, and Kent will be looking for early wickets.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see how Durham go about playing. I think yesterday the scoreboard was ticking over nicely, wasn't it, throughout that first inning? So we know Durham want to play in that way, but obviously they don't want to lose out a commanding position.
One's thudded into maybe a bit of flesh. And that just tends to miss the thigh pad. But Durham's second innings underway with a leg bye.
Don't rub it, that's one of those in the cold, and that.
He's a tough Yorkshireman, isn't he? There was one earlier, I think it was Dudgeon got one just in the bottom of the ribs off Potts, and that he definitely rubbed that.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I actually think that's the worst place to be hit, the ribs.
McKinney on strike.
Big stride he's got, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, for a big lad, he doesn't move particularly nicely into the ball. He hits the ball late, but he's not a big mover of feet. But that was, an excellent leave, as leaves go.
Tell you what, as well, about the brightest thing on the pitch out there are Ben McKinney's boots.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see from the camera angle, but from our angle,
There's a good flare of orange on the heel, isn't there?
definitely fresh out the box they are.
They are indeed. You know, as a bowler, risk and reward, isn't it? You bowl at full, chance you are to be driven for 4, but there's also a chance of getting a wicket. That one, neither as it beats the bat.
Yeah,
Lots of ooh-yahs, it sounds like, from the Kent choir behind. There's only 2 slips, and that's probably a result of them being so far behind in the game. They'll ideally want more catches in place, but they can't afford Durham to get away to a flyer.
Oh.
And that's a beautiful delivery. I think we'll see a lot of plays and misses here, Emily, over the afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, that. But it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Someone like Ben McKinney, he's a player that clearly likes to feel bat on ball. He's going to play his shots. That's the way he plays, and that's why when he gets a score, he usually goes on to get a big one. So I think from a Durham perspective, we're going to expect to see him coming out wanting to make contact, I guess, but not too many leaves. But that brings an extra slip in. Yeah,
I don't blame them. Kent have brought another catcher in. Third still in place.
Played
Lots
inside that one. Are we going to give him credit for that?
You can on that. Maiden over to start, and a good one from Mills. Durham still lead by 139. And I think early indications that new Duke's ball, live grass still standing up, under lights. And we saw Kent struggle in those conditions last night, and I think it'll be an early struggle for Durham. They'll want to eat into this new ball, bat for as long as possible, and hopefully that batting gets easier, and hopefully the weather conditions change a little bit.
At this point, it's one of those, a good toss to lose, wasn't it, from Alex Lees? Yesterday, obviously towards the back end of the day, that it was blue skies, wasn't it? And I guess Durham made the most of... I thought he was bowling at Alex Lees not looking then. But yeah, I think for me it's obviously now, especially this morning, those conditions were in favour of Durham with the ball, and they capitalised, so that's credit to them. But now it could be a challenging period. I'm not sure what the weather forecast looks for like tomorrow.
I think it's pretty similar to today, so I don't think batting's going to get any easier throughout the rest of the game, so that lead could be absolutely vital.
Solid in defence by Lees. Thought he played nicely in the first innings. So he didn't go on to get a big one, but he started his innings well, got 29, scored at a pretty quick rate.
Yeah, I think that was a real key partnership, Emily. That partnership between Lees and Emilio Gay just blunted Kent a little bit and got Durham off to a reasonable start. I think they put on 55 for that second wicket. Partnerships are going to be vital here again today.
Yeah, and I think there was another one, wasn't there, from when I watched between Gay and Clark that was over 100. And as you said, to go on to get a big total, partnerships are going to be vital, as they are in any format of cricket, really.
Yeah, you bang on. That was the big partnership of the innings, 104 between Clark and Emilio Gate. And then there was quite some nice partnerships at the tail, actually, that got Durham up to that 335.
Lovely shot that by Lees. Off the back for it. Threw backward a point. Longer boundary to the right, but no need to run them, Alex Lees. He's off the mark. 5 without loss, Durham.
That's flown away, hasn't it? Beautiful timing from the skipper.
I'm getting insult for my commentary.
By who?
I got insulted early on. I'm not going to name names.
No, name them, come on.
No, I'm not going to
Throw
name
them
names.
under the bus. I'm going Thompson. Grace Thompson.
It's actually not. You're going down the wrong lines. Thick inside edge. Into the boot. So I've just got to up my game now. And I feel under pressure a little bit, actually.
You just do you, mate. There's a reason why you're sat there and the person bargaining you is sat on the end of the phone.
Do you know what? I think they'd like to sit here, though. That's the thing. In fact, I'd like to see them sat here so that they
Maybe they need to up their game then.
Yeah. Sturman was impressive in the first innings. Bowled 18 overs, picked up 3 wickets. 5 maidens in that. Been on the money for Kent. Needs to do exactly the same this innings if Kent are going to be in with a chance.
Yeah, and just setting up these games, what you really want is Kent to be trying to score the highest total in the game, batting 4th. So Durham will need to get ahead here and just force Kent into some issues in their second innings.
Have you seen any changes in the pitch, Ash, over the 2 days, or has it been pretty similar from...
Yeah, I think there's been quite a lot of movement in all the way through. I thought it might have got a little bit quicker today and a bit easier for batting, but I don't think the overhead conditions have allowed that. And I don't think Durham's bowlers allowed that either. I thought they bowled really well. They've all got different strings to their bow, which is, they're all right-arm seamers. You've got Potts and Aldridge who were swinging the ball away. Roach was swinging the ball in, and you've got Ben Rain nibbling it in and out. And difficult for the Kent batters, and that proved in the total, getting knocked over there for 197. McKinney going after that one. Short and wide. Might have been better off trying to cut that rather than playing it with a straight bat.
But did the ball shape throughout, would you say? Even though...
Yeah, I mean, Joey Everson got the ball to swing for Kent, and I think Matthew Potts and Casey Aldridge got the ball to swing away, and Kemar Roach got the ball to swing in. And I think there's always a ball with your name on it, I think, on these pitches.
Hopefully not on Tuesday.
Yeah, you're on the same deck, aren't you? I was talking to Vic about that yesterday, actually.
It'll flatten out by then, I'm sure.
No doubt. I'll be flat for you, mate, when you bat. Warwickshire, the visitors on Tuesday for you?
Yeah. Last pre-season friendly before we kick off on Saturday.
Yeah.
Should be nice to get back out there now. It's since we come back from Desert Strings, just raring to go.
Yeah, and how was that at Desert Springs? Good facilities?
Yeah, really great actually. The pitches are really good. nice to get some run out on the grass. Obviously, it's different all round, isn't it, for batters and bowlers? Get the team together as well. We had good fun. We played Traitors, which I'm gonna just say that I won somehow. Ash, would you? Like, I'm gonna ask you, if you know me, I got named a traitor from the start. No one was suspicious of me at all. Isn't that bonkers?
It is. Yeah, mischievous you. Yeah, absolutely. Well done. What was there a prize?
Yeah, I didn't get my fine. I didn't have to pay my fines, and I
That'll
get
do.
a lot of fines, so it worked out well. Didn't have to pay my southern tax this time. But yeah, I somehow got all the way through to the end, and the face of everyone when I said that I was a traitor, I feel like I let everyone down, to be honest. I've now lost the trust of the dressing room.
Excellent. That's exactly where you want to be. Keep them on their toes. And that could be 4 byes. That's a tough one for Chris Benjamin. So a few of them in the Durham innings as well. 4 welcome runs for Durham. They don't care how they come. They just want to keep building that lead and keep putting Kent under pressure. And what that will do is that will just force Kent into being a little bit more defensive with their fields and potentially create a bit more luck if an edge was to go to a 3rd or a 4th slip, if there's not one in place. 4-day cricket for the girls. Would you like to see that happen?
I actually really would. I'm not sure my body would, but I'd really like to experience playing some red ball cricket. We actually, Danny, this winter, just for us to practice against a swinging ball, we had a red ball week, which was actually quite challenging and so different to, I guess it really exposes your technical flaws, but yeah, it was good fun. But I think it'll be a little while before we see that. Obviously, squad sizes are still only sort of like 15, 16, so we need time for the game, I guess, to grow. But our academies are actually playing it this year. They play 3-day games, so it's probably something that will eventually come. But
it's just incredible for me that the only red ball cricket professionally is for test matches. There you go. Confirmation of trust lost.
Never mind. I'm surprised I had it in the first place, to be honest. Sturman round the wicket to Lees, and that's cut. Pass back with a point. There is a chase on, so I think they'll come back for a couple. Lees on to 6, 11 without loss. Durham in their second innings.
He's played that nice and late, hasn't he? Let it come all the way into him. And I think this is where Kent, if I'm going to be critical of them, they didn't bowl full enough. We've seen Mills bowl quite full there and induce some false drives from McKinney. But Sturman's first spell with the new ball, I think he needs to attack the stumps a little bit more.
Attack the stumps, he has. Bowled. Off stump, out of the ground. Lees leaves it. And that's Kent's first breakthrough this second innings. 11 for 1.
Just like that. Just like that.
You helped them out, Ash.
You've got to give yourself a chance, haven't you? And I just think attacking the stumps, and I think Durham did that probably a little bit better than what Kent have done. If you look at the modes of dismissals, lots of LBs and caught wicket keepers. A lot of the Durham ones were caught in the slips. So yeah, I just think just give that ball a chance to move. But that's the second leave, resulting in a wicket for Durham in this match. Ollie Robinson left one in the first innings, thudded into his pad, and Alex Lees has lost his off stump. Big wicket, 11 for 1.
I mean, I'm no seamer, but there's got to be no better feeling than off-stump cartwheeling like that just did.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? I think Vic leaves them a little bit loose as well. He likes to see the stumps fly. And first innings centurion Emilio Gay comes to the crease. Batted absolutely beautifully. This is where Kent really attacked Emilio Gay. They attacked him at leg stump, but they left the leg side really exposed as a field, so he was able to score quite freely. So it'll be interesting to see if that follows the same tack. They changed a little bit later on with a leg gully and a stronger leg side field, but if Kent are going to have a chance of salvaging something from this game. And you feel like they've got to really bowl Durham out cheaply here. And they've started well, got the early wicket of Alex Lees.
And from a Kent perspective, like the attacking now nature from Daniel Bell, Drummond put a third slip in play to the new batter. Emilio Gay's a player that if you want to get him, you got to get him early, as we saw in that first innings. He's a man that if he's at the crease for any time, he will score freely, as you said. Pushed past backward a point, and he's off the mark immediately. That's no better feeling as a batter, first ball getting up the other end.
Yeah, 100%. He'll be feeling good after yesterday as well. He played some fantastic shots, showed the flair. You had to fight hard because it wasn't easy batting conditions, getting put into bat on this pitch. The lights were on for the majority of the morning session, and he cashed in on the afternoon when the conditions got slightly better. What we haven't had so far is the wind that was forecast today. Old Storm Dave.
Dave?
Yeah.
Left alone.
Storm Dave, innit?
Dave.
The geezer.
What a name.
Who's named that? Seriously.
As storms go, I quite like that.
Yeah, it's blunt, isn't it? It's like, yeah, who's coming, Dave?
A chaotic storm is what that sounds like.
Yeah. Yet to hit. Hopefully it hits after play.
There's a bit of rain overnight last night, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you're going to nick it off the toe, young man.
Love that, looking at the bat as well. Does Ben McKinney have a bigger bat than other male professionals?
He doesn't actually. So he was with another company that we both used, and he was an absolute pain in the backside because he went from regular blade, then he went regular blade, long handle, then he went long handle, short.
A mongoose.
Yeah, it was all over the shop.
Another player missed from McKinney. A bit of pressure building on him here. Yet to get off the mark of 13 deliveries. You can see it's that sort of first game nerves. He wants to get a score. And
yeah,
I'm
he
sure
does. There's a bit on it, isn't there, for him? I think he keeps getting in these Lions squads and keeps performing, and he'll look at first slip and he'll see Zach Crawley's there and he knows what pressure he's under, and I think there may be opportunities for a bit of new blood in the England side over the summer, and he's obviously one that's been talked about. Emilio Gay is another one who's been on a Lions tour recently, and he's hit the ground running with a century, so all of those things get thrown into the mix.
It's one of those, though, isn't it? As a player, it's so important. And I think I heard Ryan Campbell talking about it before the season starts. Obviously, there's always a lot of outside noise that comes about when you sort of get close to England ranks. But they talked about focusing on the game ahead, winning games of cricket for Durham, and the rest takes care of itself. So, obviously, that's a hard thing to do as a player, especially someone of, I guess, how much Ben McKinney's talked about as a bright star in the future, and how young he is as well. I think you forget that with him playing for many seasons. Ooh. They like that, Ken.
I think he's got outside the line. However, the umpire's nodding as well. There was a really weird situation where the umpire's nodding. So I was waiting for him to put the finger up. He has got just outside the line. But it's a good shout. If I was bowling that, I'd be screaming exactly the same.
You'd be on one knee, Ash.
Yeah. I was just on one knee earlier, wasn't I? Yeah, I think the umpire's just telling him he was outside the line. What do you want me to do? There you go.
But as a batter as well, I think it's like you get that one score, you get that one ball away in a situation like this, and you get your ball rolling. Because it wasn't easy for Emilio Gay yesterday at the start of his innings. A lot of player misses, and then all of a sudden, one fluent shot. And we know someone like Ben McKinney as well, when he goes big, he goes very big, doesn't he?
Absolutely. That was what was impressive about that century. I mean, Sam North East batted beautifully today for Kent and last night, but to to mix the grit of surviving in these situations with some of the flair that he showed with his stroke play was absolutely incredible, and had a strike rate of about 90. If the one before was outside the line, then that one definitely is. But this is a difference. I think that length is so challenging on this pitch there. That new ball, there's that movement. Left-handers, he's just seen his skipper leave one and be bowled, so he knows he's probably going to play at balls that he might not want to play at outside off stump.
Strength of the appeal as well, isn't
it's
it?
just
Strong.
Good choir as well behind.
And as an umpire, I feel like if I was stood there and I had that many people shouting at me, I'd give like a nervous out. Strong-willed. They could stay strong-willed from a Durham perspective.
Ooh, and that's squirted down to third. He'll pick up the single. And I often say, and I joke, I say the best place to bat in these situations is just get down the non-striker's end. Hopefully it just keeps getting that little bit easier. The longer you're in, the older that the ball gets. But the ball's not really going to change condition very much because the outfield's so lush, and it's...
Just need to hit some of the stands.
Yeah, just whack it on the concrete.
Easy as that, isn't it?
13 balls at the moment for McKinney, yet to get off the mark. He's in a good position there to defend the last ball of that excellent over from Matt Milnes. Durham are 13 for 1, have a lead of 151.
How many overs are left in play today? 39.
Just the 39.
I'll be amazed if we get all 39 with the overcast conditions and the light more than anything this evening.
Yeah, we nearly got there yesterday, but it was 7 o'clock and they went off with literally the shadows of the members' stands.
Sturman to gate. It's pushed to backward a point. No run. Compared to other games in Division 2, this game's one that's moving on faster.
Yeah, it looks like pretty good batting conditions in some of the other games, doesn't there? Some big scores so far. Oh.
What'd you do with that, Ash?
You've got to play it and hopefully you miss it. like seriously, that's probably a similar ball and line to the one that Lee's left. And it cannons into off stump. This one goes away from the left-hander, and I guess that goldfish mentality, yep, that's gone. Move on to the next ball. But it is ultimate bowling conditions, and it has been throughout the majority of this game.
Exciting cricket though, isn't it?
It's been a really good watch. There's been some great cricket.
Kent up and about as well, you can hear on the mic, and they've got to beat Durham lead by 151.
Yeah, and you just want that to quieten down, don't you, as a batting unit? I think if you can get one partnership here and you push that lead to above 200, then that noise dies down pretty quickly.
Interesting field this. So they've dropped mid-wicket that would be in a one-day cup circle out to deep mid-wicket. So it looks as if a short ball plan is coming to Emilio Gate. But he's guided that nicely past third slip down to third for a single. He moves to 3.
They did that quite a lot yesterday. I don't know if it was the old double bluff and trying not to let the batter commit as much to the front foot. But Emilio Gay was more than equal to that. Again, I just don't think it's full enough. I think it's a nothing length on this pitch. I think you're either got to be up around the head or you've got to be really challenging the stumps.
And I'd argue, do you have to be that creative on a pitch like this and the ball moving this much? If you hit that right area consistently enough, the ball's going to do the talking, as we saw from Alex Lees. As McKinney defends.
And again, I agree with you 100%, mate. Yep.
It's different, isn't it? If it's a flat deck, the ball's doing nothing. Yes, play mind games with the batters, but if you actually just hold that length, that line, that the batter's already got that element of unknown.
Yeah, you're spot on.
And probably almost in doing that, they're now giving Durham that opportunity to move the scoreboard up by trying to be too creative. That's driven but well fielded by Sturman. Almost saved his face there.
Yeah, still yet to get off the mark, McKinney. 16 balls.
Would he be fazed by that? You know Ben quite
Not
well.
at all. I go back to, I think, the first championship 100 he made, and I was thrilled. I was commentating on it, and I got to interview him after the game. And he went, "What happened after tea?" I went, "What do you mean?" He went, "Oh, I just went and had a sleep." I just went, how could you get your first championship 100? You'd be absolutely off the walls, excited. He just went, "Yeah, I just went on the physio's table and went to sleep." Here's Milnes. And that's driven by Emilio Gay. It's really challenging length this from Milnes.
That's what probably makes him a good player, though, isn't it? Staying very level can be very challenging. And
Yeah.
I mean, every time I've seen Ben, whether that's sort of in the gym or walking around the ground, he's just the same Ben, isn't he?
He is. He is level. Sometimes as a coach, it can frustrate you. You just do you actually care here? But he does. He really does. And
That's a mistaken thing,
100%.
isn't it? That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. I'm not sure it's perfectly timed, but it looks like it's timed well enough to get to the rope. And that will be a good feeling there. And as a bowler, that's risk and reward, isn't it? You risk going for the boundary with the reward of trying to catch the edge. Emilio cashes in on one slightly fuller from Milnes and picks up a boundary, his first boundary. Moves on to 7, Durham 18 for 1.
To be honest, I think all the Durham lads care a lot. I think,
Oh, yeah.
having seen them go through the wave of last winter to now, it's, credit to them. You've obviously got to be resilient in professional sport, but there wasn't a single lad in that dressing room that wasn't absolutely gutted after what happened last year. And I think from what I've seen, obviously training alongside them sometimes, and they all have worked incredibly hard on and off the field. And how you see them stride out and the real purpose in what they've been doing hopefully comes to fruition this year for Durham fans.
Absolutely. And it did hurt. There's no doubt about that. There was a lot of
I'd be
soul
worried if
searching.
it didn't.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. A lot of soul searching happened. That last day of the season, you keep going back to it, and Hampshire getting knocked over at the Oval, and that was right, we've got a chance here if we bat out the day. And obviously, Matt Milnes was a part of that disastrous day for Durham. He was at Yorkshire. And likewise, I've seen the lads over the winter wanting to put those wrongs right. Oh. Swing and a miss. I think you've got to take that. That's a scoring opportunity. You've got to take that. Yes, there's 3 slips in place, but literally you've got to beat 2 fielders in front of the bat.
Also, it's one of those, if you're going to flash hard. If he got a nick on that, that's probably flying past all 3 of them.
Make them catch it.
Or
Zach
eat
Crawley
it.
did. Yeah. Zach Crawley took 4 catches in the first innings. Yeah, good bowling. Really like it. Emilio Gay survives. Again, probably playing at 1, and ideally he would want to leave, but he's not trusting that enough to leave it. Ends the over. 7 overs done, 18 for 1, leading by 156, Durham.
Yeah, he held that initial line well, which is so important in conditions like this, that when it does move and it moves enough, you're not chasing after it and keeping those slips out of action.
You bat at the top of the order against a new ball, you need a bit of luck. And
That's why
like
I
you
don't
say, you
do
can.
it.
Yeah, bat in the middle, it's much easier.
McKinney still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 17 balls, which is unlike the innings we've usually seen of Ben McKinney. This will test his character. sure Kent are letting him know that out there as well.
I'd like to think so. Do you know Hope's having a go at him? Zach Crawley as well.
See, I think he's quiet. I imagine he'd be quiet.
Yeah.
Sturman round the wicket again, defended by McKinney, thinks about single, but mid-on does the fielding. Durham lead by 156 into their second innings. A substantial lead on this pitch with these conditions that we've had the first day and a bit.
We've got more cricket than I thought we'd get over these first 2 days, and especially being on now. The weather looked absolutely grim, and fair play to the ground staff who had the whole square covered, and we've got back out there really quickly.
And there we go. Off the mark. Smash through the covers for 4.
We saw a couple of them in the first innings. Unfortunately, we only saw 2 of them. He hit some beautiful back foot shots and then was adjudged LBW off Stearman. But he didn't miss out on that one.
I feel like from what I've seen, that's what Kent have done, is they've bowled that loose delivery, not necessarily every over, but every couple of overs. So the patience of these two is allowing them to capitalise when they miss rather than making Durham do something different.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think Durham's run rate was up around the 4.5 mark in that first innings. I think Kent's would have probably been around the 3.
Yeah, 3.5 versus 4.5.
Yeah.
So Durham definitely tighter with the ball.
They just had a weird period in the game, Kent, where they were trying to attack the stumps and had no fielders on the leg side. It was bizarre.
Impressed by Casey Aldridge on debut with the ball so far, Ash?
Love it.
There's that booming drive. Misses out on that one.
I think Casey's had a great start. He marshalled the tail really well, got 44 not out. Helped Durham get up to that 335. Get a couple of batting points. So when he was in, he had to marshal that with Ben Rain and Kemar Roach at the end. Did really, really well. Took a brilliant catch in the slips, low down to his left, and then shaped the ball nicely. I think he's offered a triple threat really for Durham, and he's one of those that you can balance the side, and you could play him as the extra seamer and maybe play a spinner in the future.
Definitely feel like Durham have a really well-rounded squad this year. I'm really excited to see how they do across all formats. To be honest, I think obviously a lot of talk this time of year is around the county championship, but I think got a very exciting white ball squad as well. So fingers crossed from a Durham perspective, it's going to be a good year ahead for the boys.
Yeah, you'd like to think they can start this season well. I think along with Kent and Lancashire, probably the strongest teams in the division. I know Kent didn't have a great season last year, but they've added some real potency to their bowling attack, which was what was needed. We've got Sam Northeast back as well, who's just a perennial run scorer. Keith Dudgeon is one of those players who's been bought in. He played the one game for them last year, but I thought he was really impressive in that first innings as well. Handy with the bat. 22 down the order. He's going to take up the attack from the Lumley end. Oh, a bit of swing and whipped away. And we saw a lot of that yesterday from Emilio Gay. Whipped away through the leg side for 4. But there was a little bit of swing there for Dudgeon.
Yeah, and a cry of catch it, but he was nowhere near it. That was like a bullet off Emilio Gay's bat through mid-wicket. Fabulous shot from him.
He's a stylish player to watch, isn't he? Really pleasant on the eye. Played some lovely shots square of the wicket on the offside to complement those scoring shots through the leg side. Maybe off the backside.
He looked suspicious then for a minute,
Yeah,
didn't he? A bit
little
fidgety.
whip around. Chris Benjamin tidying himself up after doing the tidy work behind the stumps. But from a bowling point of view as well, so Durham managed to get the Kent bowlers into their 4th and 5th spells, so and they haven't got a lot of rest there. They're back out on the park pretty much half a day's cricket after, so it'll be interesting to see. And they've got that leg slip in place now. Okay, hits that beautifully, but can't beat the fielder at point.
Again, for me though, this is just such an interesting tactic. Obviously, they got a leg slip and mid wicket and mid on. If you bowl your best ball.
Yeah.
There's enough in this wicket to get in play and missing outside off stumper. So yes, albeit they think that they can get an opportunity on his legs, but that's also his strength. And he's not exactly hitting them badly at the moment.
He scored heavily there yesterday. And it's gone. He's flicked it straight to Miyeye, who takes an excellent catch on the juggle. And the tactic has worked. And
What do
Emilio
I know?
Gay, well, that could have gone for 4 as well. But the risk and reward, again, a little bit of swing down the leg side. Durham lose their 2nd wicket on 26. It's first innings century, and Emilio Gay goes for 11. Ben McKinney not out on 4. Durham 2 down, but lead by 164.
Yeah, he certainly fell for that trap, but it was a good catch.
It's a sharp catch, wasn't it? Yeah.
On 2nd attempt from Bell Drummond, but yeah, disappointing one that for Emilio Gay. He was looking good out there and obviously played beautifully in that first inning, so he'll be disappointed. But credit to Kent there, set a plan, it worked within a ball.
Yeah, I mean that's where I think they got it wrong yesterday. That's exactly where, and Emilio scored freely a lot of runs on the leg side. But they've set a field to that ball. They felt there were a chance with him. He triggers, and they were trying to trap him LBW, and he just batted beautifully yesterday. But that hasn't worked for him today. And Kent have picked up their 2nd wicket. Brings David Bedingham to the crease, and what Durham would give for an hour and a half of David Bedingham at the crease. The Moose on the stream says, good grab that, and yeah, we concur with that. That's flown off the bat. Not the easiest seeing conditions or just fielding conditions in general. You really don't want that coming to you. And he's done well. A little bit of a rebound, but wrestled her in the end. Betting him on strike. Dudgeon picked him up in the first innings. And he immediately times the pants off the first ball. Well fielded.
I think this is an important little passage of play now, Ash, actually, because Durham are obviously in a very good position. The lead's 164, but they don't want to lose a flurry of wickets here and give Kent a sniff in this game. I think it's important that a partnership is built and built soon from a Durham perspective. As you said, get some overs in these Kent bowlers in order for them to score quicker later in the game, but don't give Kent a sniff.
It's a good area again from Dudgeon. Ends a successful first over for him. So a good bowling change from Daniel Bell Drummond. Dudgeon picks up the wicket of Emilio Gay.
I feel like it's
Durham
getting dark, Ash.
Yeah. Won't be surprised if the umpires just have a little look at each other. They've been quite keen to get off on occasion, shall we say. But we do have tinting here on these windows, but it does look pretty gloomy out there. You're dead right, it's a partnership, isn't it? And you want a partnership early if Durham can get a couple of 50 partnerships. It puts them well ahead in the game.
Sturman round the wicket to the left-handed McKinney, who smacks that again through extra cover. There is a fielder in pursuit, but I wouldn't bother. 4 runs to Ben McKinney. Slightly short, and he punishes it. He's to 8. The lead 168.
Tell you the other interesting factor, and I'll not, I guess, take that into consideration right now, but the over rates of both sides. I know Durham was slightly behind, but Kent must be massively behind. I'll see if I can get a figure. And what you don't want to do is to be docked points early in the season. Points are going to be hard earned on this surface.
Is it
and you don't want to lose
-4?
them. Is that what it says on there?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a lot to make back up, isn't it?
When you've got no spinner. Absolutely right.
Play a miss again from McKinney.
When you get to my age, you need a slightly larger font for that M.
Well, I can't work out if it's a minus or a plus,
No,
but
it's gotta
where
be
you were
minus.
saying
Yeah,
it's
it's got it.
slow, I'm guessing it's a minus.
Yeah, it can't be. And they got stuck with this long session after tea yesterday. We've got another one today. There's still 34 overs after this one remaining in the day's play as we approach 5 o'clock.
Beautiful drive that by McKinney. Doesn't even bother moving. That's when you know you've hit it well, Ash. 2 boundaries so far in this over off Sturman. The lead now 172.
And that, you talked a little bit about his stride earlier when he left one, and that's probably as big a stride as I see Ben taking when the ball is full like that and he really commits to that drive. It's good work from the big fella.
Thinking about a change of field here.
Yeah, you might just get the benefit
skipper.
of taking a slip out, or just do you take your mid wicket out and just stack that offside and back your bowler to bowl to his field, or is he going to take the catcher out? And that's scoreboard pressure, isn't it? That's a 170 lead, that decision, because there's no way in the world you want to have 2 slips right now.
Don't take your mid-wicket
Wow.
out, Ash. That's racing to the other side of the field. Whipped off his legs. Beautiful stroke.
Wow. Don't think it mattered if he had a mid wicket or not.
But this, for me, shows you how quickly Ben McKinney can score. He obviously didn't get off the mark, I think, for 16 deliveries, and he's now 16 off 26. So he's off 16 off 10 balls.
Yeah. He's dangerous, yeah. 3 fours in 4 balls in this over so far. Stylish. 3 stylish strokes as well.
Solid in defence this time.
Talked about this a lot with Ben, and that point of contact for somebody so tall is really important. That's something probably over the last 18 months he's got a lot better at, is hitting the ball right under his eyes. No more evidence than that last ball there, really late.
1 ball remaining of this over. 12 runs from it so far, so an expensive one from a Kent perspective. This time whip to mid-wicket, who does the fielding. So the end of the over, the lead now for Durham, 176, and that's just trickled up nicely.
Yeah, it does, and that it's forced that fielding change, hasn't it? You look a couple of boundaries, and all of a sudden that lead's jumped up, forces Daniel Bell-Drummond to take slip out. It'd be interesting to see if they change the bowling now at that end and maybe give Grant Stewart a crack. They tried Joey Everson as that 4th seamer in the first innings. He got some swing. But Grant Stewart, I thought, bowled nicely. He picked up 3 wickets in around 10 overs, I think, in that first innings. Looked a bit stiff, mind, but I'm not surprised in this weather. My goodness. It's just some batters just make things look so easy, don't they? And I love watching this guy bat, I'm not going to lie. He's a guilty pleasure.
I just love it how they don't run. That's what I think.
Well, just hit it harder.
Yeah, but could you imagine me just crunching one and just not run it? It would probably just stop inside the boundary. I don't think I can hit the ball that hard, Ash.
Well, hopefully I'll see it next Saturday, mate.
I hope so too. Winter work on hit the ball and not move. Do you reckon I can set that with Kyle?
Absolutely, from Kyle, definitely. Even now, Kyle Kurtzer is still hits the ball as hard as just about anybody, even with his dodgy wrist.
He did the other day in the winter. We had the machine like on like in swing, and then he was trying to explain to someone like what to do, but they just weren't getting it. So he was like, "Yeah, give me a bat." He had no gloves on, no kit, and just came in and just went bang bang. I was like, I don't like you anymore, Carl.
What he doesn't tell you is he gets me to sling at him for an hour and a bit every Wednesday night. But no, he's a freak of nature.
Ooh,
good bouncer. 2 men
surprising
out on the hook.
one that.
Yeah,
I
getting
think.
that over Ben McKinney's head is a real effort. Oh, he's a strong boy, isn't he, Dudgeon? Got that big South African burly chest. That was a real effort.
Yeah, I think that caught him by surprise a little. If I'm honest, I don't think that was a bad option for him.
Just keep him honest. Remember, I can put one up there every time you think you can just climb onto the front foot. It's a good follow-up too. That's a danger as a left-hander, though. He's trying to get the ball to shape back in, and the one that just angles across you, sometimes that dangerous one. As David Benningham's bat just gets a little test through the gauge. I hope some of them fail, so they might get little hand-me-downs every now and then. I think I'm due one off Bedders, actually. He gave me one a couple of years ago, and he says that means you have to be nice to me on comms. I said, yeah, absolutely.
Is that how you get bribed?
Yeah, I'll take bribes, yeah.
I'll give you a bat tomorrow then, shall I? Mine might be a little light for you.
No, not at all. You've got some very nice bats, to be fair. Some quite flare stickers this year as well, haven't you? With your little Miller Chapman Hall.
Don't bring them up yet. You got to at least wait till Saturday.
181 the lead. Like Em says, that's just creeping up now. Oh, that's a good leave. It's a good ball. Not going to lie. My heart just stopped a little bit there because I thought if that shapes back in, you're in trouble, Ben. But it's good judgment. 43 for 2 after 11. That run rate, we talked about it earlier, after a slow start, is just nudging 4 now. The lead 181, McKinney 16, David Bedingham 5. And a mammoth 33 overs still left in the day's play, which is probably going to take us to about 7 o'clock.
I also look at this Durham lineup and who's to come. And
yeah.
I mean, Matthew Potts at number 10.
Yeah.
Not many other sides.
I'm sure he's got a CB of 150 not out or something. Started off life as an opening batter. An absolute little toothpick compared to the mountain that he is now. But yeah. Ben Rain, another one who's opened the batting in the past. And Kemar Roach loves to spend time in the middle, as he showed in the first innings. So it's a very, very lengthy lineup.
It's not only that, though, it's who they've got on the bench as well. I think the squad's shaping up very well. So it is a change of bowling. Milne's changes end. A quick single, good running by Bedingham. He moves to 6. The lead 182.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Ackerman came into the side late. You've had Will Rhodes, who's been in excellent form over the pre-season.
Callum Parkinson has been an option. James Minto, who bowled beautifully in the pre-season game. He's exciting prospect, isn't he? The left-arm seamer bowls with real pace.
He is the youngster, just out of England under-19s.
Luke Robinson came back and I watched him bowling sharp.
Yeah, he was in the high 80s the other day against Durham Uni. Managed to hit one of them in the ribs as well. Honestly, my eyes were watering.
McKinney whips that to mid-on.
You see, that's a dot ball, right? But you see why people like the look of Ben McKinney, because he's just elegant and timed it so like effortlessly. And that's the frustration sometimes when you look and see him, when you see him get out and you go, oh, he's got all this, but it's not through lack of effort.
How old is Ben?
It's 21.
This time,
That's
crunch
an
free
incredible
mid-wicket.
shot. What a shot.
He's barely hit that, and it's raced for 4.
You won't see a better shot than that. That is just timing, and for a man to be graceful and elegant at 6'7", you don't see that very often, do you?
Maybe you should ask for one of Ben's bats.
Well, yeah, that actually shouldn't be an issue. All I should say is Ben.
I'm going to put you on a spot here, actually.
Right,
You've got a choice of bat between Bedingham and Ben.
Oof. Well, they're both the same. I think they're using the same sticks. I'd have to have a look at them, mate.
Nah, you can't cop out like that.
I'm very, very picky.
Defended out to a deep mid-wicket. He'll move to 21. Lead 187.
I'm not gonna. I'm still lucky that at my ripe old age, I've got somebody looking after me with regards to bats. So I'm going to start product placing on the back of my laptop soon. Whacking just random stickers on the back of it. But yeah, thankfully I've still got somebody silly enough to give me some stash.
You could have had one of mine as well in that trio if you wanted.
Wow. Mate, I'd love that.
As that's played to mid on, will be no run.
But you've seen me if I'm around. So what you won't know is that I run an academy school, and we train quite a lot at the same time as the Durham girls. So it happens this winter. It's been a lot with the lads, but every time like the girls will walk in, if there's a bat on the floor, I'll pick it up and have a look at it. I'm still an absolute.
I lost my bat once and was like, "Where was it?" It was in your hand.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm surprised it wasn't in my bag. No, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. But I am a bat absolute tragic. I love looking at different shapes of bats and styles. That
Off
could be a handy
Benningham's
four,
hip.
that. Might be off the backside. That's runs.
Lovely shot. Again, this scoreboard moving along nicely. 50 up for Durham.
Just check that run rate as well, Em. It's gone up to well over 4 now. That's what we're talking about. They've kind of got through that difficult early period. Now the runs for this pair are starting to float. Just going to have a look at the light here, I think. I think Durham would actually be quite happy to keep batting. Partnership already at 27 off just 20 balls, but they are definitely checking the light, and I wouldn't be surprised if we leave the field here.
I didn't realise you had to step back from a light meter.
You've got to. What are we doing here, gents? They're looking around and they're going off, which is incredible. When you look at probably the last 3 or 4 overs, Durham, well, in that partnership, they've scored 27 off 20 balls. So they're obviously not concerned, but the regulations are once you go off with one light reading, that kind of sets the bar for the rest. And unfortunately, from a Durham point of view, the players are leaving the field. Durham 53 for 2, leading by 191. McKinney on 21. Bedingham on 10. And from myself, Ash Thorpe and Emily Windsor, we're going to leave you with some live pictures, but no comms, and hopefully we'll be back at some stage with some cricket. But Em, thanks for joining us, mate.
No problem.
After a very short delay, we are back. I'm not sure, Ash, that McKinney or Bellingham would have liked that break.
Yeah, they're on a bit of a roll there, weren't they? I'm sure that's coming at a good time for Kent. But yeah, short delay anyway. There was a bit of confusion over whether the players were coming on or off, and when they were coming on, the umpires told them to stay off, and then they've summoned them back on. But thankfully, we've got some more play here. 53 for 2, Durham, leading by 191. It's nice to have Emily Windsor with us.
Oh, absolutely.
Full of energy. She'll get her opportunity next week. Next Saturday, a week today. Durham women are at home, starting off their 50-over campaign.
You doing many of the women's games this year, Ash?
I am looking forward to it. Like I say, my school lot and the girls have trained quite well together, actually. So hoping for big things for them. Get the additions of the guys that have been away for quite a lot, Lauren Filer, and they come back in. Holly Armitage has been away for most of the winter. Dudgeon's in. Oh, Ben McKinney slightly uppishly back towards the bowler. Just have a look, is it actually raining out there now as well?
I got worried that the umpire was taking another light reading.
Yeah, well, the ground staff haven't moved. They're up still on the edge of the boundary.
So Holly's been playing in Australia.
For South Australia, yeah.
South Australia for the winter.
Yeah.
Two straight.
It's tucked away nicely by McKinney, but he'll just pick up the single. 54 for 2.
Again, Captain Obvious, but this is a very intriguing part of the game here. Because if you're Kent, you're thinking you're 1 wicket away here from being able to get some control in. Whereas if you're Durham, you're thinking, well, another 50 runs. That lead then is already at 240.
Yeah, you just look at the psychology of the game. Kent's first innings was 197. Durham are currently leading by 192. So they'll be looking to get that above 200, that lead. And then that starts to play on the mind of Kent. Well, we only got 197 in that first innings. Now we've got to get more in the second innings. And you would normally say that batting in the second innings is more difficult.
Yeah, with the pitch deterioration. But, you know, they needed the early wickets. They got them. They got Alex Lees. They got Emilio Gayanasta. That would have been the big boost of the first innings Centurion in and out relatively quickly. And again, if you can get the opposition overseas batter out, that would definitely give everyone a big boost in those bowlers who haven't had a lot of rest, but it gives them a little bit more energy to get the knees going and flowing and try and pick up some other scalps along the way. And yeah, if you're Kent, if you can say to your batters, well, you're only chasing 250, 260. You're right in that. As soon as you start looking anywhere else above that, I think it would be a bit more of this is a tough one. It's a good line from Dudgeon immediately after the restart. 3 slips, but not much else in terms of attacking. You got the extra cover, I think, and it's just a skipper, Bell Drummond. But mid-on, mid-off, 2 guys back on the leg side, and looks like Joey Everson at deep backward point. Maybe actually Matt Milnes.
Be interested to see who they turn to next, Kent.
I think you get Grant Stewart into the game.
Yeah, I thought he bowled well in the first innings. I thought he looked stiff-minded, but
underused.
Yeah.
Looking at his figures, 3 for 38 from, was it 8.1, 8.2, something like that. For me, I think that was, like you say, looked stiff, but overall he came in, made an impact. Will be probably slightly disappointed with how he went with the bat earlier today, but you know it's going to be Matt Milnes to continue 5 overs, number 15. his figures read, and you and Emily were talking about it, Ash, but McKinney just looked like got into a flow, and I was sat next door, and just that check through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was sexy, wasn't it?
It's just a serious shot. There's not much else to say, really. Yeah. Not a lot of power in that, just pure timing. Milnes round the wicket. Slight miscommunication, but the fact Beddingham set off early enough meant he was able to get home.
A little bit of confusion there, but all's well that ends well from a Durham point of view. .193 now the lead.
Matt Milnes' LBW appeals, I think, are 0% for the game.
I tell you what, he could set up a school of appealing. That was excellent. Really like it. Not far away. I just think it was a bit high and leggy. Interesting to get the thoughts of you guys out there. How's this game headed? Kent fans, Durham fans, are you happy? Are you grumpy? Oh, are you not entertained?
If you want to learn how to play the extra cover drive, clip that and watch it on repeat.
What a shot, David Beddingham. Gorgeous.
It's not overly wide either. If you're going to be picky, yes, it's in that area waiting to be hit, but as you say, there are some batters that just make everything look so simple.
I like Milnes. It seems he's got a little bit of fire in the belly as well. I think he's been unlucky. I think he's bowled really well.
He has done for not much forward. I think, as well, point to prove after the Yorkshire move didn't work out, and now he's back in familiar surroundings, trying to make up for lost time a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I think he's bowled beautifully in this game and has been really unlucky not to pick up a wicket, and he's probably a little bit frustrated right now.
The inside of the bat just runs to mid-wicket. 59 for 2. Durham lead by 197. Looks like bad light is affecting the majority of games around the country. Northamptonshire and Lancashire offer bad light, Hampshire and Essex as well.
Yeah, I think it might have a bit more say here before the close of play as well at some stage. But Dudgeon, who's going to continue from the Lumley end. Short and hooked around the corner with full control by McKinney. Pick up a single. Graham Madison listening on. Good to hear from you, mate, and we look forward to seeing you on Monday. And I have a present for you, yes. I definitely have a present for you.
Warwickshire and Surrey are off for bad light as well at Edgbaston. Yeah, positive about Storm Dave is the fact the winds are moving the clouds through up here at Chester Street.
Bellingham tries to cut that, maybe a little bit close to cut. But we'll pick up another single as that lead heads towards the 200 mark. Now the numbers on the scoreboard will just start to play on the mind. Just the 2 slips in place now. Looks like the wind's starting to pick up here a little bit as well. It's beautifully clipped away by McKinney. They'll get one. So there's a sweeper out on the leg side, and they'll just settle for the single.
That lead now does reach the 200
200
mark.
So the 2 little psychological barriers there. It's jumped above Kent's first innings score and what they'll need in the second innings already. And that 200 mark. Beautifully punched off the back foot, but won't beat mid-off. Last ball of the over. It's tucked away nicely off the hip. Immediately setting off for 2. Thinking of a third, and then say that'll do nicely for us at the moment. Moves the score under 64 for 2. Still grey skies, a little bit of light away to the west. You can see those clouds moving pretty quickly. Floodlights have been on all day here at the Banks Homes Riverside. We saw the sun for about 5 minutes, I reckon, earlier. Haven't seen any blue sky whatsoever. It's been gloomy. It is starting to get gloomy again here, if I'm honest. Kinney under 26 now, Bellingham 17. Leading by 203, Durham. 8 second innings wickets in hand. Just want that one partnership that breaks the back of Kent from a Durham point of view, Kent need to keep picking up wickets. This partnership already at 40. In pretty good time. Nice from Milnes.
Still something there for the bowlers if you put it in the right areas.
Yeah, I don't think that will change throughout the whole game, if I'm honest. Speaking with Vic Domain yesterday, there's a lot of live grass, 12 mils of live grass on this surface. It's pretty hard as well. What you will see maybe as well, the sideways movement is it may well go up and down. Speaking of up and down, do you think it's raining, Rob?
I think there's a little bit in the air. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me as well.
There's a couple of drops just hit the window in front of me. And that won't help with the condition of the ball. It's actually brightened up a little bit, ironically. There's maybe a little bit of rain in the air.
The weather doesn't know what it wants to do.
Nah. It's not cricket weather, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Done well so far, these two sides to play such high quality cricket over these 2 days.
So Grant Stewart going through some gentle warm-ups before the start of this over. Potentially not far away from his introduction in this second innings. That's going to be important for Bell Drummond to make sure that his seamers are still as fresh as can be, because this has the potential to be a long second innings for his side.
And speaking of that, Milnes has just pulled up there in his follow through. I'm not sure if that's something to do with the foot marks or something else there. Yeah, he's just having a look at that front foot mark. Having a little scratch at it. This is the test, the first real bit of fatigue now. You're into your second day of bowling. I think we're going to see some Grant Stewart action from the Lumley end as well. Josh says we better get Cambo on tomorrow. I know, I tried to bribe him this morning as well, but that hasn't worked, so...
What was the bribe?
I can't tell you. If he tells you, he tells you, but I can't tell you. But Grant Stewart is into the attack. It was just a nice gesture, nothing major. Thoughtful gesture.
You Aussies like to stick together, eh?
Absolutely. And here's another one, Grant Stewart into the attack, and that is a very stiff delivery from him. And not sure I've ever seen a bowler follow through so short. But yeah, Josh, I'm with you 100%, mate. We need Cambo on. It was brilliant to have Emily on as well. She's an absolute bundle of energy. Stuart
I get what you mean about the short follow through.
Yeah.
It's no more than 3 paces, if that.
It's like a spinner. So if you're listening, Cambo, the people have spoken. You've been requested. I did invite Adam Hollyoak up as well for you Kent fans, so hopefully he makes an appearance at some stage. That would be nice. Beautifully punched off the back foot, but straight to mid-off.
It's making a lovely sound.
Yeah, off my butt.
Pinging off. Is he with Grey Nicks?
He is, yeah. It's good from Stewart, right on the money from ball 1 of this over, and this spell from him. Durham's lead 203. That is a maiden over, and one that just kept a little bit low. Well played by Ben McKinney. Ends the over. Durham 65 for 2. Bettingham 17. McKinney 26. 23 overs remaining in the day. And Sam Blacklock, if you are listening, you know what's coming your way.
Oh, that is sublime.
I would almost feel like you're not worthy of being on the same field of him as a bowler. You run in and you feel like you've bowled a reasonable ball. And he just elegantly caresses that through cover point for 4.
Absolutely raced away as well. Blink and you miss it.
Easy, Crawley. I was being nice to you yesterday. Don't make me change my mind. Milne's really having a crack here into his 8th over of this second innings already. He has none for 25. Still getting some sieve movement there, but Bettingham right up to the task there. Solidly in behind it. Leading edge, but gets away down to 3rd for another single just to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Put the brakes on a little bit the last few overs, Kent.
Need to try and apply whatever pressure they can, but that's what Bettingham showed with the first ball of the over. Even if it's just one of those every couple of overs, that lead will just keep ticking up and up.
And Milne's going to come round the wicket to Ben McKinney. Nice delivery and well played. Ends the over 5 from it. Durham 70 for 2, leading by 208. Beddingham 22, McKinney 26. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, sun shining.
You spoke it into existence, Ash.
Indeed. Let's hope we see some more.
Good stop. Who's that in there? Compton?
It's Compton, I think, yeah. Grant Stewart just stretching out a little bit there, not moving freely, but might just be a little bit stiff after yesterday. The umpire just having a close look at that front line. Timing the ball beautifully, but finding the field at the moment, Beddingham.
I think for him, he's more than happy to just have some time out in the middle. Spoke to him last week and detailed how his last year was frustrating for him on that front in terms of it's the most time he's had to spend away from the middle and being able to impact games. Didn't play in the uni game last week. I think he got maybe a little bit of a hit out down at Sussex, potentially.
No, he got. Did he not play? No, he did play against the uni. He got 60 or 70, I think.
Ah, that's my bad.
Yeah, it might have been the other way around. I think he played the uni game. He was definitely fielding. He fielded at back pad for a little bit of it.
Oh.
It's a chance. It's a tough chance in your follow through. But you don't want to give this man too many lives. Just early on the shot, Beddingham. It bursts through the hands of Grant Stewart. And he has a life. On 22.
Feels like a defining moment. Or a potential defining moment.
It's a good set. It's a really nice over from Grant Stewart. It's a maiden. Got the chance. But was unable to grab it. Literally with both hands.
Looks like Stearman will replace Milnes.
Still no Everson into the attack, who was quite expensive in that first innings. Didn't really pose much of a threat. So not surprised to see them go back to their overseas. Clinton Stearman.
I say he found that swing, Everson, but just couldn't hit the straps really. Couldn't find that consistent length. He trots up and on striker's end with that one.
Josh is asking what our earliest memories are and best memories of Durham cricket. What about yourself, Rob?
Earliest memory. I mean, you can probably tell from the accent. I'm not a local around here. I was a bit of a late bloomer into cricket. Really, I didn't really get into it until post 2015. So around 2016, when the England ODI white ball squad really kind of started taking off with Owen Morgan. So, and then being more involved with the club over the last 4 years. I can answer the best memory. That's the easy one. Yeah, bit of yes, no, yes, no. I get through the best memory is the 2023 season. Being involved with the club, being able to be part of it up close. Such a good time for everyone. I think we can stay involved with the club. I think earliest memory would probably have to be. This is not a positive one for the One Day Cup final against, what was it, Glamorgan? That's probably the earliest one. I mean, you're about to trump me here with your earliest memory.
I'm a bit older than you, mate.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, my earliest was, my first year in the UK was in 95. So I remember coming down here. I lived with the Burbeck family. Sean Burbeck was a Durham player at the time. My earliest memories of that year of coming down and checking it out. Did travel to a few away games and just seeing Jeff Cook and the likes around. Best memory, I think it was 2014, the One Day Cup win down at Lord's. I was down there. And that was an emotional day, actually. Spent the day with a lot of friends. And there might have been a few beers involved and a bit of singing. And yeah, it was an excellent day. Watching the boys get over the line. Gareth Breeze, a good mate of mine, leaving one for the winning runs right off the middle of the bat. But yeah, that was a brilliant day. And yeah, lots of good memories, some not so good memories as well, if I'm honest. McKinney defends to mid-on. I can remember being beaten in 2 days on my county championship debut against Glamorgan. Oof. And leaving one off Michael Kasprowitz and watching my off stump go back about 10 metres, it seemed. It was, I think, about the longest walk off a cricket field I've ever had.
Did he give you anything as you walked off, or?
No, nothing. Oh, mate, one of the loveliest blokes ever. No, he's too polite for that, for a fast bowler. But yeah. Lots of good times. And it's just a pleasure being around the place. And hopefully we can pick up on this good start and carry that good vibe on throughout this 26th season.
That's going to really sting. That's really going to sting. It's going to be another boundary to Bedingham. I think that'll be the 50 partnership as well between McKinney and Bedingham. But considering what happened in the last over, Kent could be looking at a brand new bat at the crease. And instead, they've got to watch McKinney and Bedingham touch gloves.
Wasn't the most convincing glove punch, that, was it? It was just like, yeah, 50 partnership, that'll do, well done. Move on. Keep going, mate.
That clip has meant that Bell Drummond feels the need to drop another man to that boundary on the leg side. You can see Mieye running around at the top of your screen. He's actually going to go into mid-wicket. So they're going to open up that gully region. I think that's where you're going to see the majority of the bowling.
I hope not.
Targeting the legs, I think. It's bold. It's a bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, Carton. It's just a tough one now. They're going to have to be quite defensive, Kent, aren't they? That lead up to 214. Just the 2 slips in place. Still enough movement around. And what about yourself, Josh, on the stream there? What's your earliest memories and best memories of Durham cricket, mate? Not sure if the 98 at the end reflects the year you were born. Colin say his earliest is the West Indies visit in the 1950s, or in 1950. Stewart again, just walking away with a little bit of a limp there. A little bit of stretching.
Like you say, it's a real first test now. You can have all the overs in the bowling in the indoor nets that you want.
There's a real grimace on his face there as well. That's effort from Stewart. Mate, them stumps, look at the bails there. Does that stump look straight to you, or does it look like the off bail is on an angle?
No, I'd give you that.
Just checking. Umpires just having a look around again, although it does seem bright enough. Maybe they can see some weather coming from behind us that we can't see out of the windows here. Grant Stewart is going to go off the field here.
That is not a good sign.
Might be getting some treatment. See if he comes back out. I forgot here. Is that Dawkins, the young fella, as part of England under 19s coming on? See, the lights have really started to take effect again, actually. If you look at the players, you can see multiple shadows on the ground now. Colin's saying that the first one-day cup win versus Hampshire, back in 2007 was a fantastic day as well. I didn't get down for that one, unfortunately.
Oh my.
Glorious. Glorious. Off drive, beating the dive. And 4 more. Bedingham making them pay for that let off. With a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs. Just pushing that Durham lead up further. Beautiful shot. Maybe a little misfield.
I think the bowler's reaction tells you everything.
Yeah, a few inquiries from behind the stumps. It's a real strong area of Beddingham's, that as well. Look on the short ball. Just wondering if that might be Grant Stewart at mid-on. I don't think it is him that's gone off the field, actually.
No.
He doesn't look comfortable there either, if I'm honest. He's got the double teapot on. Hands on hips. Yeah, you bang on. Dale's just said it's cold days like today. I'm glad I'm a member inside in the warmth watching. Yeah, we're pretty similar over here, although we don't have any heating on over here at the moment. There's a bit of refurbishment going on over in the media centre. But we're out of the wind. Yeah, I've got respect to any human being that is outside watching this at the moment.
Got a long way over there. And the appeal goes unrewarded.
He did get a long way across there, Bedingham. You're right. Hands on head still from Stearman. Like Bedingham just walked across looking to whip that one up and over the leg side. A polite inquiry to the umpire, who's probably saying that that's missing leg, but it was well worth a shout. It's got really dark again, hasn't it?
Mm. Yeah, you feel like the next time the players go off will be it.
Well, we've got one ball left in the over. I think they'll get together after this over and have a look. I think we're going to see another leg bye here.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that ends the over and we see the umpires just come together just to check the light. It is extremely dark.
Yep.
And they are going to have a little reading here by the look of it. And I wouldn't be surprised, unfortunately, if we see the players leave the field again, because it is definitely darker than the day one where we went off. And the bails are off, and yeah, as expected, unfortunately, when you take that reading on day one, that sets you up for the rest of the game, and the players are leaving the field. Durham at 83 for 2. David Bedingham on 32. Ben McKinney 27. They lead by 221. As the players leave the field, we'll stay here. We'll leave you with live pictures, and hopefully we get some further play if the light improves.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to stop to play. We'll give you any further